Good afternoon. This is America Weather Streaming Channel meteorologist Chris Schromick, and we are here live with some severe weather in western Kansas and eastern Colorado. And we also got some activity that's down there in Texas Panhandle where there is a tornado watch in place. And we got this severe thunderstorm watch here for portions of western Kansas and eastern Colorado until 11 p.m. This watch does include areas along Highway 40 and south, both in Kansas and Colorado. Right now, we got a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect out there in eastern Colorado. It has just been re-updated to include areas to the north of Lamar, and it's moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we're going to be watching this Kansas-Colorado line here. These thunderstorms have the capability of up to 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1.25 inches of hail with them. It is a line that is developing. There's one up in northeast Colorado that's working to the south and east. We'll keep an eye on that activity because that will come through here later this afternoon and evening, more like that 6 to 10 p.m. time frame. Weather Service does have about a 40% chance of a discussion going, or Storm Prediction does, of maybe issuing a watch on that activity too here this evening that would include this area to the south. Right now, we're focusing on this area to the south mainly because there is a dry line effect out there. There's a low-level jet coming in as we speak, and a little bit more surface heating. The dew points aren't real high. They're in the 50s, but temperatures did get up there to the upper 70s. So there is the heating and those 55-degree dew points, a little bit of CAPE around 1500, and then it does show around 7, 8 o'clock some helicity with these cells coming out of Colorado as they get into that Tribute, Leota, parts of Logan County to the southwest of Oakley, Sharon Springs area that could have a little bit of rotation. So we're going to keep an eye as that main line comes down, the stuff coming out of Colorado, to see if it does increase in intensity. I know we've got a track meet going on in Colby. There is some concerns that this stuff will hold together right here on the line and build as we go into Colby. There is some indication that we could see more storms popping up in that Sharon Springs, Goodland area, and if that's moving this northeast at 35 miles per hour, that could affect the track meet there in Colby. So we're going to keep an eye on that here, see what happens here at the 6 o'clock hour, and do our due diligence on getting that out here. I'll kind of read down the specs on this thunderstorm warning that's in place out in eastern Colorado. It's in Kiowa County. It was issued at 4:03 Mountain Time, so that was just here shortly, just a minute ago. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 4:30 Mountain Time, 5:30 Central, and at 4:02 Mountain Time, a severe thunderstorm located near Queens Reservoir, or 16 miles north of Lamar, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. It could have ping-pong-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, as indicated on radar. This will move through areas that include Shivington, Brandon, Neosho Reservoir, and those are kind of rural areas out there in Colorado. Sweetwater Reservoir and Queens Reservoir. So we're in the lakes area there in Kiowa County, but we'll keep an eye on that in case as it works closer to the Kansas line and it starts affecting some of the communities out here, Tribune, Shinewell, Sharon Springs, and we'll keep an eye on this activity that's right around Burlington and Canaredo. Again, we've got a severe thunderstorm watch that includes all the counties here along Highway 40, which would be Cheyenne in Colorado, Wallace, Logan, Gove counties in Kansas, and everything to the south. Potential 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1.5 inch size hail, and isolated tornadoes are potentially possible with this activity. We'll also keep an eye on this stuff that's up here in northeastern Colorado to see if we have anything in development as that moves through here later this evening. We can zoom on out here. We might take a look to see what we got going on down in Texas. There is tornado warnings down there, and we'll take a peek in here. I know there was a large tornado on the ground with this cell right here in the north and east of Miles, and in the Bronte, Robert Lee area. We'll kind of take a look at that and see what we got going on now. If there's any updates, a while ago that was a large tornado. We can take a look here.
Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include the Aegis. The tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Cope, northern Tom Green, and west central Niles counties. At 5:05 Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Robert Lee, moving northwest at 15 miles per hour.
Okay, you can see there on that video footage of that storm, what Radar Omega storm chaser, that we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. We'll kind of get the specs of that. It is this tornado warning will remain in effect until 5:30 Central Time for southeastern Coke County and northern Tom Green and west central Runnels County. At 5:05 p.m., a confirmed large tornado and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Robert Lee, moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. This is a slow-moving tornadic storm, particularly dangerous. And if you are in those areas, take shelter immediately, because this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. So we've kind of there's a tornado watch in this area of Texas until 11 p.m. this evening. If you zoom out here on the radar, you're going to see that we've got these two warnings in place. There was some severe thunderstorms, but keep an eye on this cell right here up to the north in the Post and Schneider area, just to the south and east of Plainview. That cell looks pretty strong here, and potentially one to keep an eye on for the rotation. We can take a look here at our velocity scans and see what that does look like. Yeah, we got some rotation right in here. That is Robert E. Lee. So that is where we're talking about that tornado. It's a large tornado on the ground in this area. As you can see how it has, over this radar scan, just kind of circulated there. It is not moving very fast. So it is a very slow moving large tornado. We can take another sneak peek here at it on the storm.
That will ruin my vehicle and possibly me.
As you can see, there's emergency vehicles heading into that storm, so there is potentially some damage. We'll continue to look at some storm reports and see what we got going on there, but there is a large tornado on the ground near Robert E. Lee, or to the south and west of Robert Lee, moving to the south and west at around 15 miles per hour. It's an extremely dangerous storm, and need to take shelter there if you are in that area. So we'll zoom out of the radar here, looking at that cell. Again, that is right in here. You can see it on this radar loop, how it just kind of circulates back on itself, just to the south and east of Robert Lee. Robert Lee looks like it is a small community, but it is really, really close to that or in the town, or just to the south of Robert Lee. Looks like we got a extenuation here. 5:30, extremely dangerous, moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. Actually, this thing is circulating back. So the southwest movement is now moving northwest and heading back to the south and west of Robert Lee. So this is a very interesting storm. It had southeastward movement, southwestern movement, and now circulating back to the north and west with this current tornado update that just came out. So again, all three of these warnings are actually in effect on this one large tornado on the ground to the south of Robert Lee. Now moving to the north and west. So it's kind of back building or circulating back towards highways 156, I believe that is, and rotating to where it's moving in a northwestern direction towards the community of Robert Lee. Zoom back out here. We've got this stuff in Spur area. Oh, this cell just Plainview just popped up as a warning on it as well. We'll run down this one real quick. We got a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect until 5:30 for western Kent and Dickens County, Garza, and Crosby counties. 5 p.m. a severe thunderstorm located 5 miles east of White River Lake is moving north at 40 miles per hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail indicated by radar. The areas that this will be moving through include Post, Crosbyton, Spur, Dickens, Lake Allen Henry, White River Lake, Rawls, Caprock, and Justisburg. Afton and McAdoo as it holds together. So this storm is moving north, 40 miles per hour. Is a strong cell, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then we'll go take a look at this one up here in Plainview. This just got issued. This Plainview is a pretty good sized community out there in West Texas. Looks like it's to the north and east of Plainview. National Weather Service in Lubbock has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Floyd, Hale, Swisher, and Briscoe counties until 6 p.m. 4:58, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles east of Plainview, moving east at 20 miles per hour. We got 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Again, this is another severe thunderstorm until the basically 6 o'clock. And we can get the radar moving on that one. Okay. So we got this activity in Texas. It goes all the way down from Dumas area with a thunderstorm warning through Plainville, Clayton in New Mexico. We've got a tornado and severe thunderstorm watches in these areas until 11 p.m. this evening. We can take a look at that watch box area. Let me see here. Here's the watch box on the severe thunderstorm watch. It does include those counties in Kansas we were talking about that move over here to, we got Gove and Trago, all the way south into the Texas Panhandle. It does include this stuff out here in New Mexico. And then our tornado watch is a little bit farther south. See if we got a new okay, severe thunderstorm watch is further south. Here's our tornado watch area. It includes those cells that we're watching down here. This is the one that has the large tornado in it that's moving back towards Robert Lee. This is the one near Plainview that we just got done updating. And this one up here is kind of a lone one between the severe thunderstorm watch and the tornado watch in the Dumas area. So those are the areas we are watching down there in Texas. Also, we've got the activity in northwest Kansas that we will switch back to that radar here and see what we have going on up there in Kansas. Again, they got a tornado watch that includes areas all the way from to the north of Lubbock through Plainview, all the way to the south of Amarillo. And then we got some severe thunderstorms up in Dumas, and then back into New Mexico, heading into southwest Kansas, Oklahoma Panhandle, and then again up in northeast Colorado. So this is a large area of thunderstorm activity here this evening. We're keeping an eye on. We'll switch back to our radar, get a better look at that. Here we are, stuff in Texas. We'll switch back up here to Kansas. Goodland radar. Going to be watching this stuff out there, particularly along the border. Guess is it does appear that this storm, this line, or this is the cold front coming in. This is your dry line. We could take a sneak peek at our surface maps. Get an idea of what's going on there. So here is our surface map. If you're looking out there along that, we've got thunderstorm out here in Lamar. We got this southeasterly flow. These gusty winds out here today are gusting 20 to 30 miles per hour. Dew points, like we said, you get up here on I-70, they're a little lower. You get down here where the tornado or the thunderstorm watch is. We got 50-degree dew points. You get down here into Texas, and we got the 60-degree dew points where that tornado watch is. So conditions are a little less favorable for the tornadic activity up here. However, an isolated tornado is possible. I know there was a conversation that when this line comes in here, it could intensify across these regions. We'll kind of run down some of the model information on that to see if that's still potentially possible here this evening. Let's go back to our radar. Okay. Again, we're here in eastern Colorado, western Kansas. We're going to watch this line up to our north. The severe thunderstorm that was in the Ogallala area is now a special weather statement. And looks like we've got another meteorologist who'll be coming in here shortly to chime in on this. We can have one of us watching down in Texas, one of us up here in Kansas. Looks like it'll be Nick coming in from St. Louis, so that'll be great. Have a couple of us on there, so we will keep going here. Again, we're in northwest Kansas here. Concerned about a potential, we got a track meet going on in Colby. I know the Outwood schools are down there. They're concerned about kids' safety. So we'll watch here. We kind of got the 30-30 rule with lightning, so we probably need to take a good peek at some of that and see what we got. So we move north. This looks like we got a little cell building right here. So we'll keep an eye on that one in the Sharon Springs area. I was going to show some of this model data as it's updating here. Here we got Nick. Hey, Nick, how's it going? Hey, Nick, can you hear me? So we are again sitting here watching this cell out in Colorado. It's moving across. Uh, uh, Portions of rural Kiowa County. We got another 9 minutes on that. It does look like it's holding together rather well here. We've got a little bit of actually, if you look at this, we could be seeing a little bit of rotation in here. So this is something to keep an eye on. No, we're not too bad right here. So again, we got a severe thunderstorm watch here in this area of Highway 40 and south until 11 p.m. Okay. There you are.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. We kind of run down. We've got this severe thunderstorm watch out in Kansas. Watching this cell, we do have a customer with a track meet here in Colby, so we're going to keep an eye on that. I told them I'm probably going to give them a text. I'll let you take over for a little bit. Contact them out there, and we have a tornado, on the ground down here in this cell in the Robert Lee area. That is pretty serious. I mean, it has been kind of let you look at it here. What it's doing is it's moving. The tornado, the last report was it was actually moving back to the northwest. This guy had some good pictures on it, but it looks like he's moved away.
So it looks like it's like from what I can see, it looks like it's a very interesting setup because it has cells kind of like all, kind of merged together. It's kind of weird how the actual tornado warnings kind of in like a weird like path as well, if you look.
Yeah, at one point they had three polygons on it because it was kind of moving to the south and east, and then it started circulating back to the north, and then it turned back to the northwest. So they had three of them at one point, and this had been going on for a good hour or so. So I noticed these guys have kind of moved away to this cell down here, so I wonder what they're seeing there. These storm spotter guys were right behind it, so they must be seeing something developing here. We could click on that, see if we got anything from them. Just in the rain. They're in the rain.
And so what actual suburb is that of like what major town? Do you know?
There's not a lot of town. I mean, your big communities out here are quite a ways away. San Angelo is pretty good sized. This Robert Lee is a real small town, and then you don't really have all these towns here are really small. Plain Sweetwater's good. Abilene's obviously good size up here. So I think Plainview and Abilene and San Angelo, and then these towns, Big Springs, Midland, they're kind of all in the box. But this area here, I mean, this stuff isn't really moving that much. So
yeah, it looks like the cell that is going toward Robert Lee. I mean, like it looks like it's around 17 knots, so it's moving really slow.
I'm gonna. take a peek on this Kansas stuff here. This is the setup we got. Again, looks like this line of thunderstorms down in Texas are really cranking up here towards late this time in the afternoon, 5:30. We do have this large. We'll watch this for 3 minutes to see where it goes from there. But this was a large tornado on the ground just to the south of Robert Lee. Was moving to the northwest. Now it does look like that has taken a different direction.
Yeah, now it's kind of interesting because you have the cells that are southeast of it that are kind of all starting to move, I guess, more in like an easterly fashion, but it's really slow. And it looks like down southeast in like the Paint Rock area as well has a severe thunderstorm warning. And like that's another cell that's moving fairly slow. And I'm trying to find some storm reports in that area. And it looks like there's been a lot of hail and also wind reports as well in that area, of course. And it looks like the actual tornado watch for this area is up till actually 10 p.m. So there could be more extra redevelopment or, more storms that fire up along this area. And I know up in your neck of the woods, Chris, I imagine you guys are going to be hit with some storms soon, up in northwest Kansas.
Yeah, we're watching that line as it comes in. There doesn't seem like they're going to put a watch on it. There's like a 40% discussion that they could in the mezzo earlier. but we'll kind of watch it. I know just looking at some of the model here, the HRR, it does show some pretty good. This last run that came through, it does show some pretty good reflectivity when it comes in of strengthening between looks like 7 and 9, and then when you flip it to the cape isn't real strong. It's around 12, 1500, but some of this helicity is showing some updraft helicity about that same time frame. But it's really those not a lot on the front, just a little bit. But when you get that cell that's down there to the south, once it crosses into Kansas at that same time, it looks like in the Tribune or Greeley County area, it's something that we'll need to watch for rotation. You can kind of see it out there in Colorado trying a little bit. So that's kind of the rundown I see with that stuff up here.
Yeah, like that one cell it's getting pretty close to the Kansas border.
Let me flip up there real quick.
It's just east of 287. That, and it's headed for 385. There's not much out there, but in that area, I guess. But
you're talking about here in Kiowa County.
Well, actually, this is in like Colorado right now. It's
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Kiowa County. So once it gets on the interstate, then you start to get some stuff here. Kind of, this is what these cells here are kind of. We got to watch these because the track meet is here in Colby. So I'm gonna kind of, anything that kind of pops here and starts going that way, we've got to, give them some heads.
Yeah.
It takes about an hour to get a bus in there and get them loaded and out to send them home. So.
And so you're wait a minute. And so you're north of Goodland, right, Chris?
Yeah, I'm here. Colby's right south here on the interstate.
Okay.
So it's like one of the bigger track meets. So it has all the area schools are there. And we got a lot of followers here. A lot of times the radio stations will call in while we're doing this, and they'll simulcast us talking here on the radar rundown. It looks like we got a warning up there on it. Nebraska just popped up.
Yeah.
That line.
Severe thunderstorm warning. And it looks like north in Nebraska, it's just that southern flank of that line that could turn a little severe, but it looks like it's mainly just rain and wind up there in Nebraska.
Yeah, that's the main threat on these is the wind. So this thunderstorm warning up in Nebraska is from the North Platte office. It's eastern Perkins, southeastern Keith, southwestern Lincoln, 5:32 p.m. Central, 4:32 Mountain. Severe thunderstorm located 6 miles southeast of Roscoe near Madrid and 6 miles southeast of Grant, moving east at 40 miles per hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and nickel-sized hail. Wallace, Paxton, Madrid, Elsie, Dickens, Sutherland Reservoir, and Roscoe. So Highway 61. Mile markers 54, 64, and Interstate 80 between mile markers 130 and 151. So that is a pretty good thunderstorm up there in Perkins County. Just moved through Grant. We got Madrid and Elsie here on 23. So I know people personally up there. So we'll kind of watch on that cell. Let's look down here. Go back to Goodland here. I don't know, Nick, if you saw the what we were doing. I think it was not last night, but the night before here in Gove County. That 4.5-inch hailstone that was grapefruit size.
Wow. Yeah.
AccuWeather weather meteorologist picked it up.
Huh. Yeah. I know. Like, I mean, like, I actually missed that, but I know, like there was some very, nasty, storms, I guess, out that way. I mean, it seems like this year the amount of hail that we've seen has been like kind of unprecedented in a way.
Yeah, I mean, we've had in those we had a 4-incher in Texas. We were having 3.5 inches earlier, but these 4-inchers. I mean, I think the record for out here is out in Yuma County is 5 inches and something that I remember. I think it's 5.5 or 5 3/4, something like that. But it seems like this year they're awfully large. Okay, so I guess we can flip down. Looks like we're okay for a little bit here. This stuff here, just to the north of Goodland, I don't know. It seems like this is kind of taking the punch. We don't have not a lot happening right here, so watch this outflow. This outflow could do some lift. This stuff's probably zapping a lot of energy. Pretty good storm here. So they reissued that one. So thunderstorm warning will continue for eastern Kiowa till 5:15. Queens Reservoir moving north of Lamar, moving northeast at 15, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, hail up to $half size. Locations include Sheridan Lake, Brandon, Queens Reservoir, and Neosho Reservoir. Nick said that we might be freezing up. Oh, here he comes. Hey, Nick, I see you're back. Am I still kind of freezing? You're muted. So we keep watching this here in northwest Kansas. We got the severe thunderstorm up in Nebraska that's going to be moving down 23 to Elsie and Madrid. We got this cell out here. Here we go. We got a new watch on this Kiowa stuff. Looks like it's moved into eastern Kiowa until 5:45 now. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Locations now will be Sheridan Lake, Chivington, Brandon, and Towner. We're starting to get closer to the line. It's moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. So we're 25 miles northeast of Lamar, moving east towards the Colorado Kansas line. Looks like it has actually crossed into Kansas. So let's get a look here. We're in the Tribune area. again, we're going to watch the northeastward and eastward movement of this activity as this cold front comes in. Let's look at the surface map to see where the cold front's at. Looks like the wind shift is now shifted in Burlington. So we got a northwest wind gusting to 37. We got 38 in Ray. We're still, no, actually, that is not Burlington. That is Yuma. So so we got the front has moved through Yuma, not Ray yet. So we're still a southeast wind at Ray and Burlington and Goodland. It has moved through Ogallala and Haxton, Colorado, and Akron. So we're halfway through Yuma County. We'll keep an eye on that. If we start to see the storms, it does show indication that once we get here to the Three Corners area, that the radar reflectivity does pick back up on models. So we're expecting development along that line, and then to start moving into northwest Kansas, southwest Nebraska. So, got Nick. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool.
Yeah, I lost my internet for a second. Sorry there, Chris.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just learning how to run the control side of it myself. Are you able to share screens on your end?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I still don't have radar to actually. So like I know like the actual radar Mega I still don't have because I can't get it downloaded on my computer, but I can share like I like some other stuff. But I figure we keep the radar up because it.
Yeah. I can run the radar if you kind of do the severe reports and all that.
Yeah.
Keep following those in.
I'm trying to find some.
We'll kind of take a quick bounce. So we've got now they've extended this warning to the state line. Kind of watching this stuff in the Tribune area. The front is now sitting right here. Ray is still south and Burlington is still south, southeast winds. So kind of expecting this to, based on model data, that this line will pop up with some thunderstorms. And then, that'll start moving quickly into northwest Kansas. And then this is what we've got to watch. I think the thinking is if we see tornadoes, it's going to be along this highway right here, which we call Highway 40. So, that was the highest threat for the tornadic activity for this part of these thunderstorms. They were expecting this mostly to be straight line winds. I couldn't rule out a little something on this in the discussions. Severe storms, but again, I think the area we're watching is probably right in here with these cells between 7 and 8 o'clock. Seems to be in the 6 to 8 time frame, and at the same time, that 6 to 8, we'll have this line coming in from northeastern Colorado along the cold front. So this is kind of a lower level dry line jet coming into the storm system. Down here in Texas, we'll go back and look at.
Going back to Texas, Chris. I know you already mentioned this, but so far the storm reports out of Texas are the very large tornado that is down in Robert Lee, like that was back in the 4 o'clock hour, and then there was a brief tornado touchdown in Hale, Texas, and then. Now, I guess there's been some, several golf ball size hail in actually Garza, Texas. So there's been some reports that have come in, I guess now, and that was actually after the 5 o'clock hour. I'm like, a lot of these have just come in. and like are actually recent. I don't know if yeah.
Looks like we've lost the warning on the tornado warning. So I think it looks like these storm chasers are looking at this thing right here.
Corey's a good guy.
Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near, mild, and very gust around.
FB are issued for Kit Carson and Yuma County in Colorado, Cheyenne and Sherman County in Kansas, Dundee County in Nebraska.
Sounds like we just had a watch that came out. According to that, yes, on that guy's car. So let's see here. No. It said Dundee and Sherman.
It looks like the same tornado watch that's up. I don't really see. I mean, I see a severe thunderstorm warning that's east of that area.
Oh, there's a warning that just popped up. Better take a look at this.
Yeah, and looks like there's 3 separate warnings.
Okay, let's get a timing on this because this will be because we're looking at Colby here. We'll be at the end of that warning box. So we got a Yuma County in Northeast. We got a severe thunderstorm warning that now is Yuma County, Kit Carson. So we were just talking about, they're thinking that storms are going to pop up along that frontal line. And so Cheyenne County and Sherman County, Dundee County are all in a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 p.m. Central Time. So that's the next hour. We got wind gusts 60 mile an hour is the main threat with this. They're not really talking about any hail. So right now, a gust front wind of 60 mile an hour. So that will be on this front coming in now in the Ray area. So this will move to the south and east here over the next hour. And so if we got an hour here, so that's 6:45, 6:45.
And is that pretty close to the line of like the time zone change, Chris?
Yeah, the time zone. So Nick, can I give you some reference here? So these 2 counties are central, Cheyenne and Rollins. Sherman is mountain. Dundee is mountain.
So that's kind of tricky with the warning, I guess. For
Right.
areas that are further east, you got to, take into account that it's already, I guess, 5:50 on the eastern side, and then it's 4:50 on the western side. So,
right, and it gets tricky because then this county, and this county are mountain, but this county flips back to central. So it's you think it would be this whole line, but not this. This one's not. So these are all central on this line here. So.
and then if we go back down to the south in Texas, in like the San, actual Angelo area, like they're like the actual severe thunderstorm warning is still been issued. And I can show my screen if you can see here for a second. Looks like there's 60 mile an hour wind gusts, so it's pretty similar. And there's some actual hail that's up to a quarter size. And so this is in effect until 6:45. Actually, and like that's in Central Time. This is down in Texas. But it looks like a lot of these warnings are pretty similar, though. Although for one of the warnings, which is in southeastern Cook County, there's golf ball sail. Like actual golf ball size hail possible, and actually winds that are actually as high as 70. So that's a little bit more severe. That's to the north of San Angelo, and then so like that area, obviously we need to keep an eye on, and then north of there, there's some cells that are there, like that are actually developing, but I guess nothing severe yet. So.
Did you lose your?
The warnings there. In the storm report, I've stated about the
Severe thunderstorm warning.
But yeah, I mean so we got to watch those cells that are just north and east of actually Angelo, but going back north into your area, Chris, looks like,
Hey, Joe, it's Chris.
Hey, Chris, what's going on?
We are doing weather.
Yeah, I figured so. You got time to squeeze a radio update in?
Yep, I sure do here. Let me get my radars back up. Okay, so we got a warning now.
There was like 4 or 5 counties in that one warning.
Yep.
Yuma, Kit Carson, I think Dundee's in it, and maybe Cheyenne County, Kansas. Oh, and there's a new one going on. Hold on just a sec. I'll tell you what that is as soon as I hear it.
Yeah, I can see her here. It's the one that's got Tribune
Oh, okay.
and Southern Wallace.
Oh, okay.
That one is till southeastern Cheyenne, Wallace, Greeley County until 6 Mountain, 7 o'clock ours. So, and then, okay, I'm ready to roll.
All right. Make sure I got all my switches flipped right. Here we go. Good Friday evening. This is 106.1 KYVZ. Joe visiting once again with meteorologist Chris Schromick at Decision Weather in Atwood. Chris, we've been talking about the chances for strong to severe thunderstorms today for the last few days, and it looks like it is coming to fruition this evening, as we already have a couple warnings, and it's just early 6 o'clock.
Yeah, Joe, we got severe thunderstorm warnings that are now, and we're looking at 2 different areas. You saw a watch box that came up for areas along Highway 40 and south for severe thunderstorms from 4 p.m. to 11 tonight. That's kind of on the dry line and lower level jet that's coming into the back of the storm system. And then we've got that line on the cold front that's up in northeast Colorado that now has a severe thunderstorm warning on it in Grant counties and Perkins counties up in Nebraska. And then we've got a large warning box that now includes Yuma County, Dundee County, and Cheyenne County, and the northwestern parts of Sherman County until 6:45 p.m. Central Time, 5:45 p.m. Mountain. That line of storms that's back there it's just to the north and west of Ray, is building on the cold front, and then that will slowly be moving south and east around 35, 40 miles per hour is kind of the storm movement on these cells. that up there is mostly winds on the gust front. It looks like as that comes through, you'll see a 60-mile-an-hour wind. We don't have any reports of hail with that, and the Weather Service isn't talking about a lot of hail in this warning box, but we'll watch that. However, the activity that's down there now in with a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Mountain in Greeley County and southern Wallace County, coming out of Kiowa County in Colorado, does have large hail with that. It could be 1.5 inches in diameter. There's still some indication that as we head towards 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, there could be some helicity on the starting with some rotational movement in those cells as they move into that Tribune area, rural parts of western Logan County, with the potential of maybe some small tornadic activity, but that has the hail and that threat that we're watching with the winds going 70 mile an hour down there in Tribune. So if you're in Tribune, it's already starting to rain, but it looks like that strong supercell is still back to the west of the Colorado border. It's moving east slowly towards Tribune and area, Greeley County, here over the next hour, but that has the large hail and the potential for those 70 mile an hour winds. So that's kind of the rundown we got, Joe. I expect that, once we get to 6:30, 6:45, that line will get into Kansas, and then we'll start to see Thomas, Rollins, and the rest of Sherman County potentially pop up on a warning box with that line as it moves through. Again, 60 mile an hour winds, lightning, and if you're in vehicles and stuff, mobile homes and all that kind of stuff, we probably need to start preparing for this line coming through here, that 7 to 8 o'clock time frame on Highways 25 here in Atwood.
Listen, you mentioned that thunderstorm warning is kind of the northwest of the immediate area up into it's moving southeast out of the Dundee County, Yuma County, Colorado area to Cheyenne County, Sherman County, and Kansas. Kind of more of a windy bent. Do you expect it to ever grab any moisture, or will it remain more of a windy bent throughout the year?
There'll be a line of pretty heavy rain with that. It's still showing that it's going to develop down the front as it moves south and east. It does pick up intensity as it moves into Kansas, where your dew points go from 45 to 55, and there's a little more moisture availability. So we're still talking that half inch, that quarter to 3/4 inch type activity. You can't rule out some small hail, but right now it's not triggering the 1.5 inch type warning level type hail. We could have some real small, pea and things like that with that line. But the biggest thing will be on the initial frontal passage is that 60 mile an hour wind gust.
Just that second storm system that you're talking about, that supercell, especially in eastern Colorado, that's now moving to the east. Do you expect the movement of the thunderstorms off to the south of the local area? Will they continue to kind of move to the east, or will they eventually take more of the southeast? Will they track like the one that's going to be moving into the immediate area here shortly?
I imagine these storms will keep the supercell will keep its strength going to that northeastward movement into Logan counties between 7 and 8, the southern portion. And as that front comes moving into Highway 25 at the same time, then they'll all just push off to the east the rest of the evening as one line of thunderstorms. That would be my anticipation as those cells start to merge. Again, Highway 40 is probably the north end and the strongest activity. You go to the north, I-70, Highway 36, Sherman, Thomas, Rollins, Cheyenne, Dundee, and Hitchcock up in Nebraska. We're probably looking at rain, very small hail, and the wind gusts, and moving off to the east after 10 p.m.
Hey, once again, that's meteorologist Chris Sharma at Decision Weather Now. He's now streaming live on Chris. Give us those websites again so people want to follow along at home.
Okay, you can go to our Facebook page, America Weather Streaming Channel Kansas Facebook. We'll be streaming live there. Just hit the Watch Now button. If you're on YouTube, go to myweathernow.com, and you will go to our YouTube channel. You'll see Nick Dolan and myself on there. Nick is a meteorologist from St. Louis, and he's here joining me tonight. We're kind of watching that. There was there was a large tornado down in Robert Lee, Texas. It was on the ground earlier. It's now subsided. So we're kind of watching stuff down in Texas and this stuff back in Northwest Kansas. So again, those where you can see it on YouTube and Facebook, and we'll be here till probably at least 8 o'clock, 9 this evening, tracking this activity through Northwest Kansas.
Hey, once again, that's Chris Shaw, the Decision Weather App, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel for KYVZ Radio. I'm Joe Missouri. All right, well, I'll go throw her on the air here.
Okay, I know Lori Cogan met me up at the hospital today, and the severe weather coverage we did the other night, she said that Harrison was there listening to it, and they have never heard severe weather coverage like that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I mean, I was like, she said that was the first time that he realized how the warning systems work and that, and he's a college kid. I thought that was interesting.
Oh, be darned.
So.
Oh, Lori is in Brown or?
Yeah, Colgan. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So they were listening at the store. They had the radio on when we were doing this. So anyway,
You got her on all the time.
we used to do that all the time. Now it's anyway. So
You got to figure there's a generation that's never heard it.
yeah. I thought it was interesting. I never really thought about it because they do all the social media stuff. So
Right.
anyway, so all right, thought I'd tell you that.
All right. Thanks,
Okay,
Chris.
bye.
And then Chris, to move down to Texas, there's a actual tornado warning that was issued near Vic, and that is actually, I know it's actually not actually touched the ground yet, but it's actually capable of actually producing.
Oh, I see her. We'll get on her. Okay, here's what Nick has picked up. Got a tornado warning that's been issued for southwestern Concho County and west central Texas until 6:30. 5:51 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Vic or near Eola, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. Tornado with quarter-size hail. This was radar indicated. We'll take a peek at this. Okay, here's the cell we're talking about. So we got this warning in place until 6:30. We'll look at our velocity, see what they're seeing on the radar here. Okay, here's what we're looking at right in this area. We're starting to see the reds and greens mixing together. A little bit of rotation right there. Looks like we're on highway or near Vic on.
Yeah, Vic, and also it's near Eola.
Eola.
Yeah. It looks like it's kind of close to 87. Well,
Yeah.
it is on 87, but yeah.
Right to the north of 87, going towards 87 too. So okay, let's keep an eye on that for here. Let's see if we get any confirmation reports of anything. We'll flip back to reflectivity. Watch that. Doesn't look like we got. Oh, here we got somebody. Actually, they're kind of watching this one back behind it as well.
Yeah.
You can see that. So we are in a tornado watch down here. We've got, take a quick peek at the surface down there. We've got temperatures 70. Oh, man, Lubbock's 92 and 73.
Yeah. There's, the actual rain cool environments in the low 70s, and the areas that are not raining, it's in it's in the low 90s, and it's sunny. So
you got a big dry line there. And so anyway, we got a tornado warning in Vic, Texas area. remember the county now off the top of my head. It is
Concho County, or
Concho. Yeah. Concho County. So we're give you a bearing straight. Vic is not a very big town. It's between Eden and San Angelo. Your bigger communities. Highway 87 is connecting those two towns. And this tornado is near Highway 87 in the Vic area.
and you can kind of see the hook when you zoom in there, Chris. You saw that little tiny hook? Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
So let's, if you flip that velocity, there you got your little reds and greens hitting each other. So it is kind of sinking south here on 87. So if you're traveling out there on 87 and it is a tornado warning, immediate threat, please take cover. Run through the whole works here, lowest levels, basements, interior, stay away from windows. If you're on the car, just park immediately. Go to seek shelter. There's business, interior rooms, ditch.
And it looks like it's interesting because the movement of it, like it's very slow, and it like the movements of these cells are all kind of different. They're generally trying to go toward the east, but it looks like some of them are going to the northeast and some are going southeast. And it looks like north of where the tornado was, there's been some hail that's been about, actually pretty big. I know there's been a report of actually 1.75 inches and that's 6 miles west of Harriet, Texas. That's pretty big hail. So there's been also a lot of hail in that area too as well. Trying to see if they have an actual report of it actually touching ground now here.
Yeah, you can't see crap. I just leave it all the way.
Rain, you can't see nothing.
Bad feeling like it's going to do something. Yeah, I don't really want to be in its way.
Well, that's what you got feeling, as I say.
Yeah, I'm also kind of afraid if we keep going east, we're going to get boxed in by hail. Because there's a...
Yeah,
I'm getting real tired of this hail, I'll tell you what. So we can't deal with
I think that's this one.
Yeah, that one looks like it could be capable of.
Yeah, I mean, if tennis balls falling from the sky doesn't sound too much to me.
No, it's not.
It's going to be behind you now.
So this is Vince Wesley with seethestorm.net. So if you're wanting to see Vince's stuff, it's seethestorm.net. This is a cell that's back there behind that tornado warning, just to the south and west, or south and east of San Angelo. So we pull our radar out here. It's this right here. You can see these storm spotters. They were talking about concern. They're in the path of it. They kind of are. So that thing's moving. That wall cloud and supercell that you saw there is right there in that area. We got a tornado. No confirmation that it's been on the ground. It's just still radar indicated over here in Vic. San Angelo is a pretty good-sized community, so it is on the outskirt of the loop or whatever you want. I'm sure they call it a loop of the highways there, 67, 87.
Yeah, and it seems like that cell that's just southeast of there is starting to sag more to the south, and it has kind of like a more actual hook that is pretty actually noteworthy. So I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado warning gets issued there on that cell that's actually northwest of where the tornado warning is currently.
Yeah, this is. Looks like we could have two of them at the same time. This is kind of similar to what we saw yesterday when Timmy and I was doing it. These would pop up, and for 2 or 3 hours, you'd have the warnings are just in the same spot, and the tornadoes would just move and then kind of back up again, and then move and kind of just circle around. So around Turkey, I think it was Turkey, Texas, is where they had a 4-inch hail plus that tornadic activity was there. It 3 hours and probably only moved 60 miles, the whole evening. So kind of the same dynamic looks like this, because at one point we had 3 polygons of tornado warnings, and that was I can't remember my towns now. Robert Lee, it was back here. So now this stuff is kind of sunk south. So there was the first, that 4 to 5 o'clock, we were up here with this kind of slow moving, sinking south, moving back to the north type stuff. Here you go. This came up, what we were talking about. See if it's observed in that wall cloud. So that storm that we've been talking about here for the last 10 minutes or so now does have a tornado warning on it. Tornado warning for southeastern Tom Green County and west central Texas until 7 p.m. at 6:11 Central Time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Wall, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. Tornado, baseball size hail. This is radar indicated rotation. Very dangerous storm will be near Wall around 6:15 and Vancourt around 6:25. Again, we got a tornado warning that's in place till 7 o'clock for southeastern Tom Green County and west central Texas. Includes Wall and Vancourt. So if we zoom in, we can take a look here where Wall and Vancourt are. Wall is kind of right in the path as we speak. Vancourt is out here ahead a little bit. Let's look at our velocities on this guy, and yes,
Lots of red and green.
It's actually south and west of Wall.
It's going to be interesting to see if these cells kind of merge together. It looks like the path is a little. Like the actual storm path is different, but it looks like they are. They are getting pretty close to each other, and it's very bright, green and red there. So I wouldn't be surprised if that one actually gets reported on the ground.
Let's take a peek. These are guys are going to might be doing her. Take a peek at it. I can kind of. Turn his volume up so you can hear it. Okay, so this is a tornado warning that we're looking at near Wall, Texas. This was, I gotta remember his name.
Trying to find
Vince Wesley, seethestorm.net.
Holy crap, I just started going, what? This looks like a freaking dust wedge behind us.
So,
Yeah, that thing off, it's on the ground, I think. CC drop, apparently. I'm just going to hold up here and slowly move because I really would like a view of this thing.
you see anything in there, Nick?
Really flirting with
Right
it.
here?
It's their only way out.
It's really hard to see, but yeah, you can kind of see a little funnel down to the ground.
Kind of watch to see if you get any spotters and throw it in there.
I really want to stop, but this is like our only way out, and I don't want it to get cut off. What the hell? Yeah.
Oh, looks like we're going to lose it.
I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Look at this dust.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, I don't
Dry,
know, but the
so dry
compensation
down
is
there.
no way to scan.
I was on the wrong channel. One thing I just got it.
Let's see what that other spotter might. There's two of them there. This is Corey Gherkin. He was on a loop last night too.
I'm pretty sure that's it in front of us. I think that's the big old wall right there. So you can see the right edge of it and the left edge. That's got to be the simulation.
So these videos we're watching, we'll go back to our radar here. Oh, did I lose my radar?
It almost looks like those cells are starting to merge as one. The one that was southeast of the one we were just looking at.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get my screen. Oh, there it is.
And actually back, toward like in Kansas, like those cells are starting to, it looks like they're starting to strengthen too as well.
Okay. Take a peek back to Kansas here. Let me get my radar back up. Okay, so let's go back to Kansas. Got tornadoes in Texas. All right, here's our line. It's coming into Cheyenne County, Hagler area. Let's see if we got any reports. This thunderstorm warning till 6:45 Central Time, 5:45 Mountain Time. So Mountain Time would be Dundee County. Central Time would be Cheyenne County. Mountain Time back here in Colorado. See if we got any updates of spotters seeing anything. This storm is 11 miles south of Hagler, moving southeast, 35 miles per hour, 60. Oh, it does have hail now being reported by the radar. Nickel-size hail. Earlier, we kind of talked about no hail when we were on the radio broadcast, or small hail. I guess this is kind of what we're thinking, was there'd be some smaller stuff once it got into Kansas, but that 60-mile-an-hour gust front. Also, there could be blowing dust because it was observed 8 miles south of Hagler, Nebraska, was blowing dust, but being picked up and observed. So could see a damaged roof, siding, trees with those 60-mile-an-hour winds. Locations impacted will be a bar, Beecher Island, Max, Juanita, Vernon, Joes, and Hale. So those communities are, here we are in Hagler. If you're watching on the Facebook page, folks in Hagler, we got nickel-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds moving in. Folks in Benkelman will probably be looking at 6:30, 6:45. Eventually St. Francis, Bird City. Again, this warning that includes Dundee, Cheyenne, and Yuma goes till 6:45. We have the storms that are also down here in Greeley County and southern Wallace County. These are moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. These have 1.5-inch size hail potential and the 70-mile-an-hour wind. So this is the area if we thought that there could be some possibility of an isolated tornado. We were kind of watching this area around 7 o'clock tonight, so we'll keep an eye on this one here, the Tribune area, Leota, southern Wallace, southwestern Logan County here over the next hour. Again, this one, I believe, goes till 7 o'clock. Yes, this thunderstorm warning is in place till 7 o'clock. So listeners out here, most of our subscribers and viewers are in the Highway 25 corridor, which is Atwood, Colby, Trenton. Again, these storms, as we were given that radio update, are probably 7 to 8 o'clock as they move through here, and there could be some strengthening. These cells are putting down a quarter, half inch, 3/4 inch type rain with them. So rain, nickel-size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are what we can expect with this line moving through. It looks like it'll probably move through areas north of I-70 through 8 o'clock.
It looks like back in Texas, it almost looks like the two cells that we were talking about are merging to one, and there's a southern part of it to the actual, like the southeast, where it's kind of creating like a half circle hook. Look, I don't know. It's very interesting how it's starting to like kind of shape like an arch almost in a way. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen any more reports specifically about the tornado being on the ground, but I would imagine by now that there would be something that's been reported on the ground, even if we haven't seen it.
Real quick here. I'm going to quickly pop back up here. Okay. All right, let's get to I'll let you kind of talk on that. I'm gonna.
Yeah. So it looks like currently we have like the two warnings, and we have kind of like these cells that are all merging together. One, there's been radar it's been like actually indicated like there is a tornado, but in terms of it actually reaching the ground, it's still yet to be known. But I think at this point in time, we can kind of guess that there's been a tornado on the ground. There's been actual large hail associated with this, and like actually especially north of like the tornado warnings, actually more into the cell. It looks to me like, and then also further west, there's like some cells that are developing further southwest. So this is all kind of starting to strengthen, and we still have more actual daylight left in the day, so we gotta actually watch these, because there's still like actually quite a bit of energy associated with this situation right now. I haven't seen any specific storm reports yet, but I mean it's it looks like a very dangerous situation for areas south of San Angelo into the east.
Just kind of watching the stuff back in Kansas to see There's a gust front that's out ahead. Trying to see how many miles ahead it is here.
So it looks like there's been in Wall, Texas, there was 2.75 inch hail reported at 6:18. That's pretty noteworthy. 2.5 inch hail in Wall, Texas. So that was where that tornado warning was issued. So we have some massive hail, like baseball size hail, being reported with that actual tornado warning near the actual, yeah. So that's not good. And that's south and east of like the Santa, I'm like the Santa. Well, it's actually right on like the Concho actual river, which is near 87. So. And it looks like a lot of the hail has been actually north of Highway 87. I can share my screen here for a little bit. Yeah, so we look here, and so here's Wall, Texas, and that's where the 2.75 inch hail was reported. So it's basically like baseball size hail. And this was just recently within the last, actually 10 minutes, it's been reported. And that matches up well with what we were looking at on radar, what Chris was showing us with those 2 tornado warnings. And then we have kind of like a, like an arch forming, like all around that area with the cells all merging together. Still have yet to have confirmed reports of the tornado, for me at least, from what I can see. But looks to me like, like the one storm spotter guy, like you could see a funnel off in the distance. I know you were actually pointing to that, Chris. So I imagine there's been a tornado that has touched down in that area. Especially now, it'd be, in my opinion, it would be south of 87 now. But yeah.
So let's get back here, see what we got going. I was kind of doing updates there for the Kansas people on that gust front that's out front is now moving through St. Francis. So out ahead of that line of storms, there is that 60 mile an hour wind gust front. It's probably a good 15 miles ahead of the actual storm. So if you're listening back in Kansas, that'll be swinging through St. Francis here 6:30. Then we'll be in that Colby area 7:15, 7:45. Roughly an hour. Colby's probably a crow's distance from St. Francis, about 45 miles or so. Or more, but again, that's
Chris. You can show, yeah. Like the radar's still on the text there. You can go up and show the radar up there.
So what we're talking about when we're talking about a gust front here is what you can kind of see this here out on the radar. That is out ahead of these cells. A lot of times what happens on those, that's where that burst of 60 mile an hour winds could be, and then that'll cause some uplift, and you can see storms, refire up along that as it swings through. So again, we got the cold front moving through, those gusty winds out ahead of it. This is actually probably what the warning is initially intended to be for, is these really strong winds as they move through. Again, we're approaching St. Francis with that. Bird City would be following, Goodland, McDonald, and then eventually Atwood and Colby here in an hour or so. So we'll keep an eye on that.
And it looks like the winds are actually gusting near 70 is what we were seeing, right, Chris?
On this one here, I think they up to this storm system down here has got some 70. This, 60. We thinking it could intensify. You're seeing some intensification here. There was, no hail reported out here. Now they're talking about nickel size type hail in this Hagler area. So I didn't see any reports, but radar is indicating potential for hail in this cell here. So
Yeah, I can look real quick and see if there's been any reports. Because actually some of these were, I know actually some of these reports are from yesterday, like you were talking about. Because it was just, it looks like to me though, yeah, like that was yesterday. Like there hasn't been any reports in Kansas, at least on like the National Weather Service website. Like that was from yesterday. So it looks like, let's see. It looks like there was a report of a brief tornado that was in that was the cell that was now southeast of, and like I know like that's actually back down in Texas, but it was in like the Eden, Texas area. So there was a brief tornado, they say, around like the early part of the 6 o'clock hour. And then I guess there's, and like that was just recently, but yeah.
You say Eden?
It was Eden, yeah. It was in the Eden, Texas area. It was 4 miles northeast, and it was reported as a brief tornado. But I haven't seen any specific reports on the stronger, actual cells that are actually further west.
That warning is dropped.
Yeah.
So it's down here.
A lot of hail reports, like we were talking about, like the golf ball size hail that's in Wall, Texas. And like that's been about 15 minutes ago. There was a report of that, but still no report specifically of the tornado touching the ground.
So that report in Eden, right here's Eden. So it's on 80. Is that 87? Yeah, I'm losing 87. I should wear my glasses.
Yep.
87, yep.
And that was a tornado. It was very brief. Wasn't on the ground long.
Was there ever? Wasn't when we were watching this earlier? Did anything ever come out of that? Round wall.
I'm surprised. I mean, I'm surprised. I don't see anything specifically on my end, but I know that there's been a lot of hail. Like we've seen like a lot of hail in that area, like actual golf ball size hail. But in terms of the tornado reaching the ground, I haven't seen anything yet. But
and they just dropped the warning on it too. So now we're down at the severe thunderstorm warning in that Wall, Texas, Eden area. We'll keep an eye. It looks like these two cells are going to kind of crunch into each other, like you said. So that's what is going on there. It looks like we got some storms back
to the southwest, yeah.
West and way southwest. And some stuff popping up in Bowie and Graham that could become severe. And this stuff back, we're way down there.
Up in the Panhandle, near the Panhandle, there's some cells too, yeah.
So we'll go back to Amarillo. This thing up by Dumas has been there for all night. Oh, yeah, we got some activity now. Back here, and this now goes back to the severe thunderstorm watch. There really is I don't think this is between the tornado. There's no watch here at all. We got the tornado watch down here, and now it shifts back to the severe thunderstorm watch that it might collect Dumas. I'd have to go back and look where I even have the watches at. It is just to the north of Dumas, so it gets the first tier of counties in the Panhandle, the stuff that's in the New Mexico and northward into Kansas to Highway 40. So that is your severe thunderstorm watch. Your tornado watch box is further south, closer to the Lubbock area. This Chris.
Hey, Chris, you got time for another quick one here?
Yep, I can do one here real quick here. Let me get my radar shifted back.
What's up?
Oh, just get my radar back to Kansas.
Oh,
There's some hail potentially now, so
yeah, I saw that. Nickel a quarter sized.
yeah. That's cell Hagler to Benkelman now is the strong one. There's a little thing popping up on the Thomas Rollins line.
Okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
106.1 KYBZ can find a unique Joe Perry once again on the phone with your honest Chris Robick and Decision Weather Map as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel. Chris, the activity in southwest Nebraska continues to kind of start moving into western Kansas.
Yeah, Joe, we got that line of thunderstorms that's back on the cold front that's now moving into the Benkelman area. We'll be in Benkelman shortly. We've got radar indicated of nickel to quarter size hail in the Hagler area, and that cell has now moved through Hagler and is heading towards Benkelman and rural parts of northern Cheyenne County. The rest of the line now extends all the way back to through Cross Highway 36 in Cope, and eventually stretching down there to I-70 in areas that are in western, all the way to the western border of Carson County. So this line will be moving through this evening here till 10 o'clock. Right now, the front edge of it is in the Benkelman area. The gust front, or those 60-mile-an-hour front wind gusts, have moved through St. Francis. We'll be heading in Benkelman, so we're heading towards Max, Stratton, McDonald, Goodland, and eventually Atwood and Colby with that. So those winds out ahead of it will briefly burst, and then storms will follow as that uplift feeds into those storms. And you could also see storms developing on that gust front and rolling. So we'll watch that as it comes into the St. Francis area, Atwood, Bird City, McDonald, Trenton, Stratton here over the next hour. This watch or this warning for Cheyenne and Dundee County is scheduled to expire here in 7 minutes, 5 minutes or so, and we'll keep an eye on that. I'm assuming they'll put all of Cheyenne, Rollins, probably Sherman, Trenton, or Hitchcock, at least the western half of Hitchcock, Rollins, and Thomas County in that, probably, I would say, for another hour. So it would, advance ahead to 7:30 and 7:45 Central Time, 6:45 Mountain Time. And again, potential nickel to quarter size hail, wind gust 60 miles an hour to 70 potentially. And then we do have the warning down in that southern cell that's now moving through Tribune. This is the one I think we need to watch for the potential, maybe some rotation here at 7 o'clock as it moves through Tribune. It is starting to show some large hail, a little bit maybe of rotating as it's moving through Tribune as we speak. There was indication on computer models that would be the area at 7 o'clock that we would see some upper level dynamics that would be inducive for maybe a small tornado. So as that thing's moving east towards Leota, please take precaution as it's moving through Tribune now. I'd take cover. There's a large hail. Could see wind gusts 70 miles per hour and maybe a little rotation here over the next hour. That thunderstorm warning does go till 7 o'clock for Greeley County, and it will be, moving into right now right over Tribune. So that's moving east at about 30 miles per hour.
Hey, we'll keep you posted here on the radio. Once again, that's meteorologist Chris Robick at Decision Weather in Atwood, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel for KYBC Radio. I'm Joe Missouri. Okay, I'll let you get back to
it's getting pretty strong. This line as it's moving through Benkelman, it's getting stronger. So
okay.
It'll get windy and rainy and probably some small hail when it comes through.
I'm not surprised. I just hope it can stay as small hail.
Yeah, and scattered. So,
Right.
all right. Well, you'll probably the ES will probably go off here in 4, but we covered it.
Right. How soon do you think EAS would go off if you had to bet?
In 4 minutes,
Okay.
because that one ends at 6:45. So it'll probably bounce. It'll probably have Rollins.
Right.
Yeah, at least the western half.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised. So.
So yep. So okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All righty. Bye bye.
We'll see you.
Yeah, it looks like it is starting to turn into a nice, like a nice squall line. It's pretty healthy. It's starting to get pretty long, and like the cell that's further south in like the Tribune area looks impressive as well.
Yeah, that's the one I think we're going to need to keep our eyes on. That's right in Tribune. That county, that's only I guess Horace over here is in that county too. It's a little town to the west. But there's Highway 50 here that goes through Tribune and Leota, eventually Scott City. Got a really pretty significant thunderstorm there. That's the one we might watch for spotter reports from. Severe thunderstorm, 7 miles, radar indicated, hail. 60-mile wind gust, $half size hail. Tribune and Horace. Yeah. Heck, see.
Yeah, you can.
That's right in Tribune.
Yeah.
So if you're listening in Greeley County, let's keep an eye on this storm. It does have large hail, wind gust 70 miles per hour. It is in Tribune as we speak. It's probably got yourself a little wall cloud, supercell out there. Again, if you're in Tribune, you're seeing this thunderstorm moving through Leota. You'd be next in that. We'll keep everybody updated here.
And the radar is indicating the hail's over 2 inches.
2-inch hail.
Yeah, it's actually 2.25 just west of Tribune. It's moving to the northeast at 26 knots. Yeah, it's not moving very fast, and the hail's big.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing here. So, they're spotters down there. So that'll be coming in as some large hail. Tribune radar's indicating up to 2.25 inch diameter. So you're talking getting close to baseball.
Yeah, it's actually it's pretty close to baseball. Yeah.
So we'll tick that up to 70 and a little bigger hail than what we're seeing here. And then we'll see, like we said, this is 7 o'clock on this, 15 more minutes. This one up here to the north, 1 minute till it expires. We'll see what happens here. What do we got to the north? And the cell up in Elsie is now moving to highways 25. So that'll be Wallace. Thunderstorm now entering Wallace, Sutherland areas up to the north and North Platte. Severe thunderstorm warning. That would be Perkins County for another 15 minutes.
And I don't know. Yeah, from what I'm seeing in like in like the Hayes Center area, that cell we have to watch. There's a possibility that could have some rotation on like actual Hayes Center, which is north of Passau. And see, it's I don't know if you can, like that cell right there, right in there, like near Hayes Center. I don't know. There's possibility of some rotation, maybe possibly happening with that.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Watch that area right there. It's moving through Hayes Center, as a matter of fact. So Hayes Center. Benkelman, Trenton. Looks like we got a special weather statement box here. No warning. Gusts 50 to 55 mile an hour, nickel size hail. Movement was southeast at 80. Here's your gust front. Doppler is tracking a strong thunderstorm along the line extending 60 miles. St. Francis, north of Flagler. Movement was 80 southeast at 80 miles an hour. Holy crap. You seeing that wind, that shift anywhere, that 80 mile an hour wind? It's got to be that gust front we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, you were talking about the gust front. And then to go back to Texas, they're actually like the actual tornado warning got issued again. There's a tornado, like a new tornado warning.
Can't believe they're not putting a warning on that. 80 mile an hour wind, and it's weird.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they just put a special weather statement there. Yeah, that
It's not a wind, but a movement of 80 mile an hour. It's like, what? Maybe that's a typo. No. But anyway, we're talking about this gust front now through St. Francis, moving through Bird City. Strong winds along that. You're seeing here, it's just north of Bird City on 61 highway, or 161, sorry. We're moving toward 61. 645. So watching that line, we got this cell down here. We're in Tribune. 2 1/4 inch indicated radar hail. Slow movement. Just some tiny bit of rotation, maybe velocity strength.
yeah, it's looking like just mainly like the massive hail and high winds.
Yep. So, Tribune, you're under large hail as we speak. Take cover. Going back here, nickel size hail, wind gusts 50 to 55 mile an hour, out ahead of this fast moving gust front. So, let me see if I've got any messages coming in. All right. Anything back in Texas of
So there's
interest?
that, yeah. So if you go back down,
Oh,
I can.
Just got a warning that popped back up here. Let me run it down real quick.
That's in the Hayes Center area. Yep.
Yeah, so it looks like we got south. That's the wrong one. I want this one. Why isn't it? So we got Eastern Hayes County, Lincoln County, and Southeastern Frontier County, Palisade, Wellfleet moving east at 45 miles per hour, 60 mile an hour gusts, quarter size hail. Location, North Platte, Curtis, Hayes Center, Brady, Maxwell, Wellfleet. That is actually the one to the north. It looks like we've got another one that's
To the south. Yeah.
Yeah, so that Hayes Center, Stockville. We'll watch this Trenton area, see what this cell does right here. That would probably be the next one. And then we got this special weather statement box with that line.
Yep.
Okay.
And then if back to Texas.
Oh, there's a tornado warning. On those ones we were kind of originally.
Yeah, there's a actual cell that's capable of actually producing a tornado that's 13 miles south of Van Court. It's moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So hail that's pretty close to what we're talking about in Kansas.
So Van Court.
It's 13 miles. It says it's 13 miles south of Van Court.
Yeah, there's no towns. There's not a town in that box.
Yeah.
Okay. It is rural. So we're in this very rural area between Menard, south of it.
Yeah. And then south of Van Court. Yeah, that's a pretty strong, bright colors there with the radar velocities. And you can see the hook.
There you go. That's what we're talking about right here. Again, it's not really any communities there.
Yeah, and it's in effect till 7:30 this evening. So for the next 37 minutes.
So we zoom out here. We got thunderstorm activity that's all the way down and almost to. I gotta get my rivers right here. We're not to the Mexico border, but we're. Is that 10?
Yep.
Interstate 10. So if you know Interstate 10, it's a very south interstate that crosses through Louisiana all the way to Florida, across the southern part of the United States. We got storms from there all the way north to Wichita Falls. Nothing in Oklahoma to speak of yet. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning south and east of Plainview. We still got that cell back in Dumas. And then you got to go back into Kansas for the activity up there. So again, we're watching these areas here. These cells they're in a tornado watch. So any of these in Graham, Mineral Wells, Stephenville, Wichita Falls have the potential to develop into tornadic storms. So if you are in these locations, just prepare. There's large hail. Could see anywhere from 2 to 4 inch type diameter hail, and the wind gusts up there 70 miles per hour. So there's several of these warning boxes across Texas, and we'll kind of zoom back up to Kansas, see what's going on here. Oh, that Wichita County one keeps getting nasty looking.
Yeah.
Still in,
really moving too.
Still in the Tribune area. It's been dumping in large hail. This cell
In the Hayes Center
area.
Yeah, Hayes Center, and then north into North Platte. It's
Palisade. Looks like it'll work its way through Trenton, Stratton. So it kind of builds to the south. Here's our gust front line now entering McDonald area. Right here. Raw County, North West Rawlins County, out ahead of the line. Those are your winds. This right here. Colby, we're watching, been sending updates to the ADs down there in Colby. Hey, I see us on Facebook.
And then yeah, like down where you're looking at, for like down in, I know around 7:30 it's gonna hit like the St. Francis area, with that down in there. So it looks like the whole line is in the next 30 minutes to an hour. Hail and high winds are the main threat.
Wonder, I keep thinking they're going to warning this line, but they'll probably, I'm guessing here, we'll watch that special weather statement, see if there's any change with it. It's 18 minutes. So 7:15-ish. And again, we'll kind of recap everything that's going on. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch that is on Highway 40 and southward, all this area until 11 p.m. We've got the line that'll be moving through at the same time here now from 7 to 11 p.m. as well. And nickel-size hail, wind gusts 55 mile an hour. In this special weather box up here, we got $half size hail and wind gusts 60 plus miles per hour. Down here, 2 1/4 hail. That's kind of weakened a little bit, maybe. The Tribune area, still kind of watching this here. Looks like it got a warning now that covers Wichita County. So we've got now a thunderstorm warning as issued for Wichita County and west central Kansas, southeastern Wallace, southwestern Logan, and eastern Greeley County till 7:15 p.m. A severe thunderstorm is located over Tribune, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Public reported a $half size hail in Horace. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roof, buildings, and vehicles. This thunderstorm will continue to move eastward through western Wallace and into eastern Wichita County. I'm here through 7:15 p.m.
Yeah,
So,
and it looks like the hail has actually decreased in size, but it's still not good. I mean, like ping pong is very destructive, to anything. So, and it's been in like the Tribune area for the last, in my opinion, the last 45 minutes. It seems like it's just been staying in that area. So it's been moving really slow, maybe about 15, 20 miles an hour.
So now this is still 7:15. Looks like we got a warning now in Colorado on the back end of this, and Hugo. Keep an eye on that one now. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning issued by the Denver Weather Service office, northeastern Lincoln County and east central Colorado until 6:45 p.m. Mountain Time. At 5:57 Mountain Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles east of Genoa. That is on I-70. Genoa is 15 miles east of Lyman, moving east at 25 miles per hour. 60 mile an hour wind gusts, quarter size hail, indicated by radar. So that storm is on I-70 out in Genoa and Lyman. Hugo area, actually it's past Lyman. What did I click? Clicking everything.
And it looks like east back on the cells we were talking about, Chris. It looks like that whole line that's in like the Hayes Center, and and actually, I'm like that whole line is now just one severe thunderstorm warning. It was two individual, but now the Hayes Center all the way to North Platte is one severe thunderstorm warning, and it's the same type of conditions. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail.
So we're looking back at the Tribune cell, large hail and Tribune, reported by public, ping pong size. Gonna watch that one. Got the special weather statement.
And the severe warning to the north, yeah.
With these warnings up in Hayes Center, North Platte, Sutherland area. For another half hour till 7:30. New warning out here in Colorado.
And to actually move back toward Texas, I guess now like there's a damaging tornado that is on the ground. It's 12 miles northeast of Adams, or 16 miles south of Van Court, and it's moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. That looks like one of the stronger tornadoes we've seen in the recent while.
Okay, we were looking at this earlier. So this is that one cell that's out in the really rural areas of Texas.
Yeah, it's 16 miles south of Van Court.
Somebody, a spotter, sees a tornado. Did you say that one's observed?
Yes, that one's on the ground.
And
well,
large?
Well, it's actually interesting because, like you said, there's no one out there. It's saying it's radar indicated, but it's saying it's a damaging tornado. So, I mean, and it's telling people to take cover now, so I think it has it. I mean, like it is on the ground. It's just that there's no actual people that are able to maybe see it, but.
So you can kind of see that rotation as it sinks in the radar loop there.
Yeah, it almost looks like there's like almost like two different hooks. I mean, it's it's a very dynamic situation with it merging kind of with that cell that was further southeast too.
So, tornado warning. Next 25 minutes. 7:30 p.m. for northeastern Schlechter, southeastern Tom Green, and northwestern Menard counties and southwestern Concho.
Yeah, so if you're in the area that's south of Vancourt, take cover now. I mean, this is not a actual. I mean, like this is like a pretty actual dangerous situation right now.
So we're looking at this cell, south and west of Eden, Texas. Likely a tornado on the ground. And again, zooming out, we've got Purcell's in the Wichita Falls area, west of Graham, Weatherford, this Eden area. This is a big storm right here that does have the potential tornado. And back in Kansas, we are looking at
those cells actually are starting. Yeah, like they're continuing to strengthen, especially north. Like near like the Hayes Center area, they're continuing to strengthen.
So we got a special weather statement covering the line from Hitchcock County, Rawlins County, Thomas County, Cheyenne, Sherman, Kit Carson, and Yuma in Colorado. 55-mile-an-hour winds. We got 7 minutes on that. 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts on this front boundary and nickel-size hail. You get up into our warning boxes, which include the Hugo, Genoa area out on I-70, and back in Hayes Center, Curtis, Stockville, Southern, and North Platte. We got the potential for inch and a quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we've got hail and wind along this cool front coming through and gust front.
And it's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. It's moving to the east about 30 miles an hour. And then the cell that's down in like the Tribune area now, it's actually east of Tribune finally. Lots of hail and high winds, as Chris was saying, earlier. There were some hail that was like near actually 2 inches in that area earlier. It's now less. It's more in like the ping pong size now, but.
Okay, so that's kind of moving what we got in northwest Kansas. Again, we've been forecasting this storm here today to kind of move like this. Definitely like the rain. It comes through here. It looks like a quarter, half inch, 3/4 inch type rainfall amounts. Maybe heavier down here with the slow mover down in the Tribune area. That rained for quite a while there, so we could be seeing.
I wouldn't be surprised that I know like some reports over an inch down there.
Yep, a couple inches maybe there. So we'll keep an eye on that. How many more minutes on this thing? 5 minutes. So we'll check back in 5 minutes at 7:15. Back in Kansas, we'll go back to Texas.
That same actual tornado warning looks like it's still.
Where are my radar sites? 10 more minutes on that.
Yeah, it's still tornado warning, and it's moving to the southeast. It's moving very slow. So anyone that's, west of Menard, take shelter. It's going to be hitting your area within the next, 10 to 20 minutes. So act now. Yeah.
So, yep, this had some pretty nice little rotation up here when we were first talking on it here. Now it's kind of washing out a little bit, but it's still spinning. Another 18 minutes on that warning. Is this a new thunderstorm warning box? Looks like it got bigger or something. Look at this. Severe thunderstorm warning till 7:45. Looks like that'll include, these are some towns. East Central Tom Green, McCullough, West Central, North Central Menard, and Southern Camacho. People, radar indicated severe thunderstorm will be in Van Court, 6:55 p.m. Other locations will be the Menard Concho County line, the intersection of US 7 and Ranch Road, Vic, Live Oak, intersection of Ranch Road and Road 381. Tornado watch will remain in effect. Tornadoes are possible. Thunderstorm damage threat is considerable. Hail threat is radar indicated up to 2 inches in size and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is included in this box from Long Ice. Highway 87 is right in the middle, so that's Wall, Van Court, Eden, but the main cell is actually south of 87.
And it's headed for Menard, yeah.
Menard.
All right, well, Chris, I think I'm gonna head out. It was been good, actually. Actually doing. I know I like the actual streaming with you, and I know those cells that are in the actual northwest Kansas. I know that's going to be a big, actual scene to watch. So
we will take it. Hey, what plans for tonight?
Just eat dinner, really. Nothing.
Yeah, I know we've done this before. You might tell a little bit about what you do in St. Louis, student, and all that.
Yeah, so I went to St. Louis University, and I got my Bachelor of Science in Meteorology. And then things I like to do, I like to road cycle, and I used to be a runner. So for me, I've always had an interest for the weather since about 4th grade. It's been, very interesting. And I think the atmosphere, in my opinion, is the most complex thing on our planet. And you have to basically, there's nothing you can really, plan for sometimes, because you kind of have to expect the unexpected, with the atmosphere. So it's always been, really fascinating to watch. And in particular, I enjoy the winter weather, snow. So, it's been like a sad season because we didn't really get much snow in the Midwest this year. So it wasn't as fun of a season, but here's to hoping that we get a nice, good old, actual winter season in the, and we get some storms to fall like this, like this upcoming winter.
So, yeah. And, again, Nick is in Missouri, the St. Louis side. We've got meteorologists in Omaha, myself out here in Kansas. Got a good severe weather team in the Midwest. We got Josh in Indiana. We got Timmy up in Minnesota, and AJ out to the west in Vegas. So we've got a pretty good group of us that are doing the live streaming, and that's what we're going to keep doing. Got Northwest Kansas really covered well. Starting to get our Weather Valet subscribers out here, and keep growing that network. And expand across Kansas, Nebraska, and Colorado into Missouri. So, Nick, thank you. Have a good evening, and
Thank you, Chris.
we'll talk to you later.
All right. All right. Stay safe. Bye.
You too. Okay, let's go back to this stuff up in Northwest Kansas and see what we got going on. So we're out in Colorado. I'll go back to these. Leota, the cell's starting to don't have the circulation that it did have. It's kind of washing into that. It did have 2-inch hail at one time and down to ping pong size. Now maybe looking at ping pong size, 60-mile-an-hour wind, moving east at 35 miles per hour into Wichita County now. We'll be leaving Greeley County. We'll watch this line up to our north. Seems like it's been slowing down a bit. As it's working its way into this area. Still got a special weather statement on it. It's kind of narrowed it in. This gust front is out ahead of it. These are actually where the 50-mile-an-hour winds are talking. It should be close. It's moved through McDonald. It's moved through Bird City. Goodland would be next. Brewster would be next. We were kind of thinking it could reach Colby by 7:45. We'll watch this. That movement on that, I think they were talking maybe 80 mile an hour. So, half hour it's going to get to Colby. So 7:45. Again, there could be a 50-mile-an-hour gust turning back the other direction to the north and west as that gust front comes through here. So. Looks like we got rain starting to work its way, some rumbles of thunder to Oakley, Gove County. So this cell's building northward. It looks like it will be, that's probably what's slowing this line back here up a little bit. Eventually these things will come together in Northwest Kansas. Right now we got up in Nebraska, would be moving through Culbertson, Trenton, Stratton as we speak, moving into northwestern Rawlins County. Looks like it is picking up steam along this gust front. So let's watch this here now for the next 15 minutes and see what it does. I'm betting we'll get this thing rolling here in Rawlins County. So I've got our listeners in the home county of Rawlins. We got a special weather statement. Haven't read that yet. We can go ahead and do that. See what we actually got. It's probably the nickel-sized hail. 55-mile-an-hour wind, half-inch hail. Again, we're 5 miles an hour and a half-inch size difference, whether that's a warning or a special weather statement. So right now, this could be gusty enough to knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecured objects, minor hail damage to vegetation. Trenton Stratton 720, St. Francis 725, Culbertson 730. Again, this is now moving in through Hitchcock County, northwestern parts of Rawlins County, right on the state line. Gust front now through McDonald, heading towards Atwood, Goodland, Brewster. So you got to remember that's out ahead of it. Where that weather statement is talking about the actual line of storms. We're talking about a gust front. You can see it here on the radar. That is the winds out ahead of it. We'll hear it probably when it comes through my roof. Really shakes when you get a 40 mile an hour. 50 you'll hear it. So we will keep our eyes on this. Right now it's a special weather statement, 50 mile an hour wind, $half size hail. This activity down here in Wallace, or southern Wallace, southwestern Logan. We got an hour on it. This at one point had 2-inch size hail. Now it's ping pong size, and wind gusts up to 70, I believe. Public reported $half size hail in Horace at one point. 1.5 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds by radar. These warnings on the Nebraska stuff now include Lexington, Curtis, Stockville, Gothenburg, Cozad up on the interstate. Gosper, Dawson County until 8 p.m. 7 miles south of Maxwell near Moorfield. Again, 55-mile-an-hour wind, 60-mile-an-hour gust, quarter-size hail. We're basically, basically, what am I saying here? The special weather statements moving a little farther closer to us. 5-mile-an-hour difference on the wind here, and 1/2 inch hail is quarter size. So take it or leave it. Warning, special weather statement. Still hail and 55-mile-an-hour winds will be moving through Cheyenne, Rollins County over the next hour. Gust front out ahead. We'll be arriving in Atwood shortly. You can see it here on the radar. Goodland, Brewster. Warning back in Colorado stays in effect till 7:45. This is out on the interstate. 70-mile-an-hour wind, $half size hail, radar indicated. Interstate mile markers, something observed here. Wind threat is observed, 70 mile an hour. So we got a wind gust of 70 verified by somebody out there in Lincoln County, Colorado. Observed 70-mile-an-hour wind. Storm down here and past Tribune, now in Leota. Moving towards Scott City, got a cell south of Oakley. Little rumble of thunder. Some stuff in the Logan County. Flip our radars here. Still got the tornado warning down in Texas. Run these down. So if you look on this line of storms, it's kind of interesting. We've got the strongest cells up here in the Curtis and Stockville areas. This could have 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, $half size hail. Then it comes down here into a special weather statement from Hitchcock County, Northwest Rollins County, Cheyenne County, Yuma and Kit Carson County. It's along the front. This is again, nickel $half size hail, wind gust 55 mile an hour. So there's not a lot of difference between the warning and special weather statement. This special weather statement is for 20 more minutes, so we'll be 7:45. Could knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecured objects, minor hail to vegetation as possible. We'll be in Culbertson at 7:30 between mile markers 212 and 236 on 385 out in Colorado. And if we want to go look at our tornado back in Texas, we got the one warning still out there. See if that is going to expire. Probably will. Looks like we got 4 minutes. Just briefly see what's happening here in Texas. Looks like as we head towards the afternoon, we're starting to see this complex. Still got some activity, Wichita Falls, Bowie, Stephenville, Weatherford. Again, this stuff looks like it is also kind of weakening. Spirit Thunderstorm and Dumas is now going to the special weather statement. Midland, same thing. Got a pretty good cell here. Bear, Big Lake. Menard, 3 minutes. I can't wait for 3 minutes. What can I talk about for 3 minutes? Let's go back to Kansas. See if that one goes away. Kansas is where are the Kansas towns? Clear the bottom. They were clear the bottom. There they are. So we watch these radar loops. Waiting for the gust of wind to get here in Ratwood. It should be arriving shortly. Colby, Oakley, track meet in Colby. Let me see if I got any messages from them. What's Joe telling me here? Standing outside, sun's disappeared behind the clouds. Wind is still out of the southeast. Guessing the wind shift will take place fairly quickly. That was from Joe. He is correct. I'm going to tell him. What time is it? Any minute. Seems like it's getting kind of quiet out there. Here in Atwood, we're sitting here in Atwood. What we're talking about is this little, what you see on the radar is kind of a gust front out ahead of the line of actual storms. Sometimes they'll do this like little effect, little bits of rain kind of triggering their own little storm. This will blow your trash cans, maybe knock a shingle off when it comes through. And then our main line of storms that would have the $half size hail and also some winds of 55 mile an hour is what they're estimating. 60 mile an hour up here. Hail a little bigger. Some of these cells, like now moving through Trenton. Actually, I get some reports to Trenton sometimes. Let's see here. Trenton, there's Trenton, some hail from Trenton. So we'll see if hail in Trenton here in a bit. So Trenton's right here. It looks like this cell's just getting ready to move through. Actually, it's south of Trenton, so this is the lake probably. Over the lake or just to the south of the lake. Crossing 25. Talking about St. Francis at 7:30. That's where we're at. Oh, we just see, got the warnings now for Red Willow, and just as I sent them a message, a warning popped up. So I just sent, just laughing here. Customer still at school, better get my butt home. Warning, yes. So, so what we're talking about, that particular person was in Culbertson, right here. Lives in Trenton. Storm moving through. Warning on it now. This warning will include Red Willow and Hitchcock here in Nebraska. That goes. It's going to be a long one. So we got severe thunderstorms for Hitchcock and Red Willow counties in Nebraska until 8:45 p.m. here this evening. This is a long line of thunderstorms extending from Stockville, Nebraska to Culbertson, Nebraska to 10 miles south of Stratton, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Our hazards are 60 mile an hour wind gusts, quarter size hail. This is radar indicated and coming from the Goodland Weather Service office. Locations to be affected are Culbertson 735, which is now, and McCook around 740. Locations in the path of the storm include Indianola and Bartley. For your protection, move into an interior as low as floor of your home. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive a vehicle through flooding. Wind gusts 60 mile an hour, 1 inch size hail. So we got severe thunderstorm warnings until 8:45 now, and includes Hitchcock and Red Willow, along with our counties to the north in Nebraska. Can't remember my counties up here. Frontier, Lincoln, and Hayes. Still in Hayes County here, Hayes Center, Lincoln, and Frontier. Watch this stuff coming into Rollins County. All right, so we're at Northwest Kansas. We got two areas. This all looks like the tornado warning in Texas is done. Now we got severe thunderstorm warnings that extend from, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in Texas, 1 in Colorado, 1, 2, 3, 4 in Texas. Scott County, we got thunderstorm warnings in Red Willow and Hitchcock in Nebraska, and this line of storms is now moving into northwestern Rollins County, St. Francis area, potential with some nickel-sized hail and 55 mile an hour wind gusts. Should be moving through Atwood here shortly. As you can see here on the radar, when we're talking about these gust fronts, it's out here ahead. I think my roof was just shaking a little bit here when the door was opening, but should be moving through Atwood now, Ludell. Yes, I can hear it. Can hear it on the roof. I will send Joe a text. So let me see what the surface report is on that. 45, 43, 47, So as that's coming through here, we're talking 50 mile an hour winds. I haven't seen the 55 on any of the monitors behind it. Oh, 50, yes, got 150 up to the north in Nebraska. So that's verifying a 50 mile an hour wind. And we're seeing this kind of severe cell now building back to the west. One of the stronger cells now is to the north of Bird City, working its way to the McDonald area behind that gust front. We'll see if Weather Service puts a warning out on this one next. It looks about the same intensity as the stuff that's moving through Trenton and Culbertson. Kind of breaking up behind it a little bit, St. Francis area. More cells popping up on this special weather statement line. It's 8 minutes, so we'll watch that update here for us. The cell southeast of Oakley is now fairly sizable. Thunder cell. So for a second here, I'm going to take a break, and I will be back in 5 minutes.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Michael, there you are.
There we go. Hey there.
Well,
So,
you're just starting to get this coming through.
Awesome. Let me change radars here.
What's up, Michael?
And hang on 1 second here. All right. Here we go. So yeah, Chris, we're following a line of storms here, severe storms in the Kansas, Nebraska area, and I'll let you take 5 minutes here and try to take over a little bit here. But I appreciate your coverage here and what you're seeing. And,
They've been weather
radar. We're looking at some areas here that where hail is likely. All right, in the Stockville area, in Curtis area, Moorfield area. Hail is very likely in this area here. You can see those grays. That indicates the areas where the probability is higher to seeing some hail there. And then down south and west to the Trenton area, likely to see some hail here. And then to the northeast of St. Francis, likely to see some hail right there. And then working our way back here into Colorado, just east of Hugo, an area where hail is likely there. Again, just east of Hugo. So hail is in the picture in the area here. And I know, Chris, you're in the Atwood area. Taking a break there. So Atwood is right here. So putting the storms in motion, here. You can see this line of storms, severe storms here, has developed, all right, from the Curtis Stockville area and then working all the way back to the Hugo area in Illinois. Or excuse me, not in Illinois, in Colorado. With that area. So I'm in Indiana. I keep thinking to the west is Illinois. But yeah, that's what you see right here. So gusty winds, all right, very gusty winds and some hail here. So the severe thunderstorm warning continues for Frontier, Lincoln, and Hayes counties until 8 o'clock local time. So about 20 minutes ago, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Maxwell to Moorfield at 10 miles northeast of Culberson, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail possible with this storm. And so as they move here to the east northeast, as that line moves here towards the east, as we do that, let's see here. With that, and about 35 miles per hour. And let's see what cities here. So Perry, probably around 25 minutes. McCook in 33 minutes. Red Willow, 44 minutes. And as I was putting that on here, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And let me take this off here. And let's take a look at the warning. Here, it does include Colby. So Cheyenne County, Kit Carson County, Northern Wallace County, Thomas County, Sherman County until 7:45 or 8:45 Central Time. And so at 7:38, so about 3 minutes ago, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending 8 miles southeast McDonald to 7 miles north of Goodland to 4 miles south of Burlington to 15 miles south of Seabird, moving south at 40 miles per hour. So this gust of storms here has 70 mile per hour wind gust and nickel-size hail. 70 mile per hour wind gust here associated with this storm. So exactly what we're talking about. So here's the new warning, okay, right in here. This is our new warning. And so these storms here, all right, as they're moving through, they are packing a punch. They're packing a punch. So again, if you're in the Burlington area, again, Cheyenne Wells area, the Goodland area, the Colby area, you are under this brand new severe thunderstorm warning for the next 63 minutes with winds capable of gusting up to 70 miles per hour. And I will let you know, I don't have it here. You can see it well on Chris's radar. Here, there is a gust front. There is a gust front about where this line is. So you see here are the storms, all right, the leading edge of the storms, the rain here. And that's normally what we're looking at, when we just pick up our weather app and turn on our cell phones and just to see when the storm's going to get there. All right, but there is a gust front, maybe even some gustier winds even ahead up near the Colby area right now. So these winds are gusting ahead of the storm. They're ahead of the storm here. So if you're in the Goodland area, the Colby area, and if you're outside, if you've got tents, whatnot, anything that would blow and gusty winds, these winds are going to get there before the rain gets there. All right, these winds are well ahead of the storm. They're well ahead of the storm. So make sure, and actually here you go. You can see it right here. All right, right here is where the line of winds are. So you see this little line moving here. All right, those are the winds that are ahead of this line of storms moving through. So very gusty winds up to 70 miles per hour ahead of this line of storms. Okay, so if you're outside listening, or you know somebody who's outside, let them know that this gust front is going to get there well before the rain gets there. So if you're just looking at the radar and saying, oh, it's all the way back in the Hugo area, it's back in the St. Francis area, we've got plenty of time. Well, that's not always the case. That's not always the case. And this would be one of those cases where this gust front is ahead of the storm. All right, so we could see some very strong wind gust ahead of the storm. So again, if you're outside, all right, now's the time to start taking action here. This gust front is really from Burlington to Goodland to Atwood. All right, it looks like it's well in front here. Okay, and it's hard to see on this radar because we're not actually picking up precipitation, but you can see some lines right here. You see some blowing here to the north and northwest, getting sucked into the storm here. Okay, and the gust right here where this line is. So it's ahead of the storm. So if you're just joining us here, we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings up here in the Nebraska area. All right, Gosper and Dawson counties. All right, and this here, ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gust. Ping pong ball size hail up here in the northern part of this storm. All right, so west of Lexington, all right, into the McCook area. Speaking of McCook, under severe thunderstorm warning for Goodland, for Red Willow and Hitchcock counties until 8:45 local time. We're looking at 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. All right, so we've got this line of storms, all right, that is making their way towards the east. As that line moves east here, it's developed pretty well over the last hour or so. Let's move a little bit further south here, south of Oakley, all right, to just west of Scott City. All right, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning here for another 30 minutes, okay? And this here has a severe thunderstorm located near Leoti, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So 60 mile per hour wind gust, 60 mile per hour wind gust with the storm here and $half size hail. All right, so it could be some damage, hail damage here if not careful. Okay, and you can see with this storm here, so a large complex right here, the storm, but you can see these brighter purples and pinks down here, all right, in the southern part of the storm. All right, that southern part of the storm here is where we're looking at for some of the largest hail probabilities, okay? But we could also see that in this area right in here. All right, so if you're to the west of Scott City, all right, severe thunderstorm warning for this storm here. And I am going to check a look at the velocity here. And we've got some stronger winds. I was just kind of paying attention to down in here. We've got some stronger winds here on the southern part of the storm that I just wanted to look at, because you can kind of see that here in the radar. And I just wanted to make sure also that there was not any rotation showing with this. So west of Scott City, severe thunderstorm warning if you're there. And then again, we're watching this line of storms. All right, this line of storms right here making their way to the east. All right, very slowly. So if you get under one of these storms here, all right, and especially under the reds, the pinks, the purples here, you're going to see some torrential downfalls. All right, so a lot of rain associated with this storm. And so let's take a look at the radar here and see as far as precipitation here in the last hour. In the last hour, you can see some areas here to Hayes Center, to McCook area. All right, getting some good rain, and then kind of a thin line right now, of some heavy rain that has fallen over the last hour here to west and north of St. Francis. All right, in that area right there. So these storms have just popped up here. They formed a line, all right, as we have expected all day long here. And now we'll see kind of what happens here. So you see a little bit of gaps here in the storm with what's going on here. And so let's take a look, and let's make sure we're not seeing any kind of rotation with this storm. Okay, there's nothing visible off the top there that I see with that. So we'll continue to monitor that. Now, so I'm not seeing rotation with the storm, but we are seeing some large hail with the storm, and we're also seeing some very, very gusty winds with this line of storms here, and then also to the west of Scott City. We've got a supercell that's developed there, and with this. So there is a severe thunderstorm watch. There's a severe thunderstorm watch in this whole area. And as we take a look at that here, so severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock tonight. Scattered damaging wind gust of 70 miles per hour possible. Scattered large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter possible, and a tornado to possible. So you cannot rule tornado, possible tornado out of the question here with that. But definitely the main threat or threats of this storm here would be damaging winds and large hail. Damaging winds and large hail. So meteorologist Chris Schromick, he's updating customers right now to our weather valet. So if you're somebody who wants to know the weather, wants to be able to just ask a meteorologist questions about the weather. When's the storm going to affect me? When's it going to get to my area? Is it going to be severe when it gets to my area? Any question that you have related to the weather, you can send it right in our Weather Valet app. And one of our meteorologists, we've got a team of around 15 meteorologists. One of them will give you an answer fairly quickly. So when we are seeing severe weather like this Weather Valet app really does come in handy. And we've been hearing from a lot of people of how well it's ended up working out for them, and even for businesses and especially farmers we're hearing from, it's saving them a lot of money, knowing the weather and knowing that they can quickly ask a meteorologist a question for an answer to that. So if you're interested in that, go to weathervalet.com. weathervalet.com and sign up there. So it's a great service to have. Let's check here back into Texas just for a moment here. No tornado warnings right now. No tornado warnings with these storms with that. So that's good news there as they're making their way eastward. And when we predicted that, we didn't think the tornado threat was going to last real long, but never say never, especially in this time of severe weather. Never say never in that. And speaking of severe weather, I'm going to show you here. Let me switch screens real quick. I want to show you this real quick of what's upcoming. What's upcoming here. And okay, there it is. And switch that over. All right, so day one is today. So we see the severe weather that we're talking about here in southern Nebraska into Kansas, back into Colorado, and then some stronger severe weather in the Texas area. Tomorrow, where's the severe weather going to be? Most likely, it's predicted to be in Texas, pretty much the same area that it's in right now. And then the storms here to the north here, just a marginal risk of severe weather. So if you're in the Kansas area, really in the eastern part of Kansas, would be 1 out of 5 risk, so marginal risk of severe weather. So that's tomorrow, Saturday. Sunday, all right, the threat lessens. But let's go to Monday. Let's go to Monday here. So day 4. So already 4 days out, and the Storm Prediction Center believes there's an enhanced risk of severe weather for a large part of Kansas. And so that's what this orange means right here, an enhanced risk, so a level 3 out of 5 probability that you're going to see quite a bit of severe weather in this area. And then the yellow here would be a slight risk of severe weather. So most of Kansas is under the threat already for Monday's forecast. And then if we look at Tuesday, all right, we have severe weather that shifted towards the east. So it shifted towards the east here from the northeastern part of Texas, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana area. And then as we get into Wednesday here, we've got more severe weather. And it does, again, include parts of Kansas, the southeastern part of Kansas. And so this is right now, this is 6 days away. So it's not likely that the Storm Prediction Center predicts, this kind of severe weather day 4, 5, 6 days out. But the ingredients, as of right now, look like they're going to be there for severe weather. And so especially on Monday in Kansas. All right, so this is something that we're going to have to pay attention to. And again, this is where that Weather Valet app comes in handy, because Chris and some of our other meteorologists, all right, they're going to give you a forecast every morning, but most importantly, they're going to update you throughout the day as needed. All right, they're going to update you throughout the day as needed there. And then, like I said, you also have the ability to ask your weather-related questions to the meteorologist. So if there's something specific that you want to know, all right, you can ask that right then and there, and you're going to get an answer for that. So let's go back to the radar here. Enough advertising for that, but I just, again, want to let you know that severe weather is predicted here for the next several days, and especially Monday. We've got to be ready for it. And so I know a lot of people in the Midwest are tired of the severe weather, and I can tell you, as our group of live streaming meteorologists here are getting pretty tired and worn down as well. But just a few minutes ago, I was on the phone with meteorologist Timmy Albertson, and if you're a follower of our channel, you know that Timmy takes a couple of trips, or he's taken a couple of trips out to do some storm chasing. And so it's been exciting for that. And Timmy's wanting to get out and about Monday, maybe even again on Tuesday, and cover the severe weather. So we'll see what we can do with that to provide you the best coverage that we can give you here. So again, if you're in the Colorado, Kansas, into Nebraska area, all right, we've got a line of severe thunderstorms in this area, containing winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour and hail as well associated with these storms. And again, let's take a look at the hail here. All right, most of the hail is contained to the northern part of this storm here. So if you know somebody just to the north and east of Stockville, all right, this area right here, likely some large hail is falling. All right, this is the main part here of the severe weather, the severe thunderstorm that's in effect. All right, this area right here. So just to the north and east of Stockville, if you're in that area there, severe thunderstorm that contains most likely some very heavy hail in your area. And then if we go back to the west a little bit, again, east of Hugo, all right, a large cell right here, severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing some large hail again with this storm here. And then if we go to the south and west of Scott City, all right, we've got hail here along the turn here on 25. We've got some large hail and quite a bit of lightning associated with this storm. And so it's some very, very heavy rain with this storm here. So again, we're following severe weather here in Nebraska, Kansas, back into Colorado. All right, with this, and I just want to check on this storm here to the east of Hugo. And let's see here. So I was just trying to see if there was some rotation with the storm. Not seeing it. I'm not seeing it with that. But again, as we watch these storms here move to the east, we continue to have thunderstorm warnings for several of these storms. Damaging winds and large hail are the main threats with these storms.
Yeah, Michael, that's that storm on the western side of Rollins County is really picking up on the radar. I noticed they just put Rollins County in there, a severe thunderstorm warning for a half hour here, but it does look like there is some hail and some pretty strong winds coming in, and we'll be moving here through Atwood shortly.
Yes, yes. And so you're in, I know you're located in the Atwood area here, and just taking a look at that storm here, you can start to see it kind of bowing out a little bit, showing some very gusty winds here with this storm. I don't know if you're able to see out the window or whatnot, what's going on in your area, Chris. Have you seen the winds gusting up ahead of this storm?
Yeah, I was just outside while I was off here, and neighbor was putting the packages on the neighbor's porch inside, and the wind started really blowing, and you can just see those clouds rolling in. So it got cold. You felt the temperature drop, 10, 15 degrees real quick, and that gust front came through probably about the same time I was taking the break there.
Yeah, and that we were just talking about that as I kind of took over there for a second. But the gust front right now is about where this blue line is. It's about where this blue line. So again, if you're somebody like in the Colby area and you're pulling out your cell phone, you're opening up your weather app, you're looking at the radar, and you're like, okay, the rain is farther back. We've got more time here, and that's just not the case, because we've got this gust front, as Chris was mentioning here, so some strong winds out ahead of the storm system here. And so that's where a place like us, Weather Valet and such, can be very helpful to get you the information that you need to know, because this is not something that's going to show up on your radar and you're not going to think about it. You're going to be watching for the precipitation, and any normal person would be watching for the precipitation. But our team of meteorologists here, they're looking ahead of the storm for you. And they can see this gust front here that can contain severe level wind gust, and people just being caught off guard from that with that. And Chris, I can remember many years ago now at the Indiana State Fair, there was a concert going on outside, and a gust front came well ahead of the storm, and the band was still playing. Everybody was still in the bleachers, but again, because everybody's watching the radar, looking at seeing where the storm is. And you can see where the precipitation is on the radar, but part of that storm was this wind gust, and it was not picked up by anybody, and the stage ended up collapsing in the wind gust, and unfortunately people lost their lives from it. So it's a very serious situation, getting caught off guard by a gust front like this.
Yeah, I do remember that. You brought that up. And I didn't know that was a gust front, but yeah, we typically have gust fronts on these fronts when they come in like that. And, they can today, the special weather statements, that's what they were talking about with the 55 mile an hour wind. And then they had those out ahead of it. And then, this rain and thunderstorms that are coming in now behind it. So, that is what we've been talking about here this evening, is that gust front. And, we got that activity that's also down there in Scott County that had some 2-inch hail on it earlier. It's kind of weakened a little bit, and I don't know what you're showing there. There's still that hail cell in there where that larger was down there. But right now, that seems like that's the reports we're getting is some 1-inch hail that had some ping pong to golf ball size hail in it as it moved through Tribune. And again, that cell was probably the strongest one of them here this afternoon. It was down there kind of in that watch box area where they kind of thought there could be that there stronger cells would be. And then this front looks like it is putting on some good rain. I heard you talking about some radar estimated rain. What was that again? I didn't quite catch that on you.
Yeah, let's take a look at this here and let's get an update total here. With that, kind of clean up that picture a little bit. It looks a little blurry. Here we go. But yeah, to the west of Scott County here with this storm here, some pretty aggressive rain. You could see some of those brighter spots. What could be picking up over an inch of rain in a very short period of time with that. And then as we look at that line up to the north a little bit here, you can see quite a bit of rain up in the to the west and southwest of the Lexington area with this, and then kind of a thinner line right through here as the storm's developing. And I don't have that radar close enough to see further back, but yes, in the Hugo area, so it's been raining quite a bit there in the last hour. So quite a bit of rain here, and these storms they popped up pretty quickly and formed that line pretty quickly. with that. And so it's interesting to see kind of how it takes shape from here. Again, we were talking about, kind of gusting out a little bit right here in this area, and they're starting to almost separate a little bit with the different storms here. So it'll be interesting to see again if they form back together and then form this line here, if they continue to break up into smaller, what we end up saying supercells again, not that they're small, and see what happens as it plays out here. And one thing, Chris, too, I want to show you, I don't know if you were able to hear us or not in this, we can't let our guards down. And I know people in Kansas and the Midwest in general, probably sick and tired of the severe weather. When's it going to end? And the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, has already put out notices for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of severe weather being very likely, again, in the Midwest area. And at least for the next few days here, it's kind of trained in that same area of Texas. So those in central and western Texas are going to get the brunt of this the next few days. And again, but right back here in Kansas, and what looks like right now, the ingredients could be there for a very, very active evening in the Kansas area.
Yeah, that was one we were talking about this morning on the weather talk about, how it's been, these storms have been putting that out there, to our east. And then by the time they come rotating through, it keeps creeping back, to the Colorado line each time one of those comes through. And the computer models were already doing that with this morning. They were way up north, and then one of them started coming back down over the tri-state area. So I would think that Monday we might be doing this again, and starting out here, then going across the state, and obviously down in Texas as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was telling the viewers here that were with me here that I was on the phone here earlier this evening with our own Timmy Albertson, talking about he's wanting to get out and about again and go chase storms. And so we're looking at possibly doing that on Monday, and maybe Monday and Tuesday with him. So it'll be so again, that could be interesting, and obviously he's great and it improves our coverage, but it's nice to be able to see what we're seeing on radar. Is it really panning out with what's actually happening on the ground, and Timmy will be able to get us that information live right as we're talking about it.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So that's what's fun, is when we have multiple people on here and covering it. As a team, we can do multiple areas at the same time, and give our people a weather experience that we probably don't see very often, or never have, actually. I know we were seeing more and more. I go out kind of in public and hear people say, "I saw you on this and that," and it's kind of new for me, because I'm used to hearing. I hear your voice. Now they're seeing me, so it's been kind of fun. They go, "They're on TV," and I'm, well, that's kind of TV, but
absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Well,
so continue watching storms here and in southern Nebraska to Kansas, back into Colorado with this, and then it looks like we're getting more of a line here to the west of Dodge City. As we've been following these storms here. So here's Scott City area here. And then you go a little bit farther south, we've got another line of storms here that have formed, making their way to the east here. So let's put this in the motion. So going to the east northeast area. So the Liberal area, again, you can see this starting to bow out a little bit right here. Most likely you're seeing some very strong winds ahead of the storm. And so with the severe thunderstorm warning for another 40 minutes here, with this here. So we're seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and nickel-size hail with the storm. So if you're in the Liberal area and anywhere north of that, you need to be paying attention here, because you've got a severe storm there to you. And it looks like the likelihood of hail is probably going in the yellow-red area that you can see here. So it doesn't look as bad as what we saw with some of the other storms here, especially one to the south and west of Scott City. So on the jog here of 25, just getting pounded with very heavy rain and likely some very large hail with it. And then as we make our way north here, let's switch the radar. with this here. And so it looks like to the north and east of Stockville. All right, if you're in this area here, again, seeing quite a bit of extremely heavy rainfall, as well as the possibility of some very large hail with this. So these storms are still at it, and I shouldn't forget those of you to the east of Hugo. All right, again, this cell is still very large, very damaging as well to this hail. And you see this county here that's colored in, that means they're reporting power outages. So if you see a county that's colored in like this one here, where you see Burlington and I-70 running through it, that's colored in because it has power outages being reported from the storms here that have gone through. So quite a bit of hail in this area here. And then that's what we've been seeing quite a bit here in Texas as well. These storms are not as big as they once were, although they're still big. And if you're in that area, it's still some very heavy rain, some large hail, and some damaging winds. So we still have to take it very serious with that. So quite a bit of hail going on here, Chris. Gusty winds going on. These storms are, I'm just going to pick one here, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So they're not the fastest moving storms. No, they're not the slowest moving storms like we saw the other night with 5, 10, 15 mile per hour movement here, but also not the fastest here. So if you get under a storm here, like you are right now, Chris, I don't need to tell you, I'm sure. But as you get under the storm here, it's going to last a little bit longer than you're probably used to with the line of storms moving through your area.
It's almost here, but you can hear the constant rumble. So that's hail usually when you hear that constant roar. You can hear it to the west. So hopefully it won't be a lot of hail or hit or scattered. So.
Absolutely, yes. We don't want that, but also, it's a possibility, and unfortunately, we've been saying it's a possibility. So hopefully, the precautions have been taken for everybody before the storm gets in. If you're able to move the vehicle into a garage, that sort of thing. But we do have if this is new here, an updated one. Let's check. One of these just got updated here, and it's this one right here. Yeah, including you. So 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter size hail with this storm that's now moving 40 miles per hour. Moving 40 miles per hour here. So some large hail, some very gusty winds associated with the storm. I'm going to back out just a hair so we can see that warning with the storm. And so again, right through the Atwood area. It's going right through the Atwood area right now with the storm. So some very gusty winds with this storm. Some large hail with the storm, and like I was saying, hopefully I had a chance to get your car into the garage. If you've got any furniture or anything in the yard that is easy to blow away during a windstorm, hopefully you had a chance to secure that, or those things are there. If you're in the Keeley's area, the Oberlin area, time is a ticking before the actual precipitation gets there. But most likely, I don't have it on this radar here. I might pull up your radar here in a second, Chris, because yours is showing the gust fronts better than mine. But we've been watching a gust front ahead of this storm, so it'll be interesting to see if we can see on your radar, Chris, where that gust front is.
Yep. It's hailing.
So the hail's begun there. And then, so yeah, you can see ahead here. So if you're just to the north and west of Colby, you see a line there before the yellows, the reds, the purples there. You see that line ahead between the rain and Colby. All right, that's the gust front. All right, that has just passed through Goodland. You can see that line in motion moving to the south and east. That's that gust front there. So some very, very gusty winds ahead of the storm. So if you're outside, don't just be watching the radar and seeing where the precipitation is. Part of that storm is the winds. All right, there are damaging winds that are ahead of the storm that you can see right here on the radar, moving to the south and the east. So it's just past the Goodland area. It's getting ready to go through the Colby area. So if you're in those two areas there, if you're in the Oakley area, that's something you need to be paying attention to as this storm moves. As this storm moves closer, this gust front here can be very damaging if it catches you off guard.
Cool. Well, I think we got her going through. So again, Colby, I know there's folks down in Colby, probably heading back towards Atwood. There was a track meet there. Probably just need to stay put for a little bit, let this roll through, because it is starting to hail a little bit. It sounds like it's pretty small, but it's coming. The rain's really coming down here now in Atwood, and it does look like that's kind of pretty much crawling down 25 and be crossing 25 all the way from Colby to Atwood here over the next 20 minutes or so. So we are under a thunderstorm warning in all those areas as this front now comes through here. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, heavy rainfall, could be picking up an inch an hour type rain, and the hail.
Yeah, absolutely there. Absolutely. And one of the cool things, Chris, and we haven't really utilized this yet, if you want to ask us questions, that goes through the Weather Valley app. So go to weathervalley.com and get signed up for our service there, and you can ask us weather-related questions, and we'll get you an answer as quickly as we can with that there. Now, another cool thing, though, there is a chat feature, on Facebook and on on X. And so
Michael, I'm going to do a weather report on the radio real quick.
Absolutely. Take it away.
Okay. Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
This is KYVT Radio out with Kansas. Joe Missouri coming once again with Chris Sharp, making decision weather now as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel. Chris, portions of western Rollins County and I believe Cheyenne County are now under a thunderstorm warning. Rain is starting to fall in the Atwood area, and the winds are starting to increase.
Yeah, Joe, we got this line of thunderstorms that's now moving through Atwood, and you can definitely hear it, that the rain's coming down. It smells like there is some small hail out there, and this line has intensified as it's moved into western Rawlins County and out of eastern Cheyenne County. So there is a thunderstorm warning that does include, now we got boxes that do include all the county and then down into the Colby area, all as well as Sherman County and northwestern parts of Wallace County. This line will be going through. It extends all the way back to Kit Carson County in Colorado. The gust front that we've been talking about all night is now moving towards the end of the Colby area and locations to the east. So if you're out there on the Decatur County line, you'll have that gust front, that 40, 50-mile-an-hour wind out ahead of the storm, and then this rain and small hail could be up to an inch size in diameter on this warning, as well as 60-mile-an-hour winds as this heavier rain rolls through. So it's going through Atwood as we speak. We'll be moving through Colby and Oberlin over the next hour, and we do have the severe thunderstorm warnings in place that do include everything from Burlington to Goodland down I-70. Does not include Oakley, but Oakley's kind of in between two storms. We also have that activity that's down there in the Scott City area, Leota, that had some ping-pong size hail with it, and wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. So you've got Oakley and Colby between those. That activity is now formed a line all the way to Liberal and to the Oklahoma border. So you got severe weather crossing 25 all the way and 83 here this evening, all the way from Oklahoma. We'll be connecting back with this line probably as it moves through Colby, Oakley, and Oberlin over the next hour. So a line of severe weather moving through all of western Kansas here this evening. Could be putting up to an inch of rainfall in an hour and some 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Chris, well, it sounds like some decent moisture heading our way as far as hopefully we can keep the hail balls at bay. But as far as timing across the plains, do you expect this to start kind of weakening as temperature starts to cool?
No, this front's got enough lift with it. The gust front there. This will keep its steam going off to the east and out of our immediate area. We have been kind of looking ahead the next several days. It looks like over the weekend you'll see this severe weather activity move down there to the south in Texas. But as we go into Monday and early next week, the Kansas and the Midwest will be under the gun for more rain and thunderstorms. So we're kind of seeing this pattern set in. We've been dealing with this for a couple of weeks now. Lots of severe weather. We have plenty of hail with it, but we're also picking up the rain. I think with this one, we're probably going to be catching a couple, 3 inches of rain since 3 or 4 storms ago. So that's the good side of it. The bad side is, we got wheat crop out there, and people are getting hail, so that's not so good.
Boy, that's for sure. Once again, that's Chris Schromick at Decision Weather Lab, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel for KYBC Radio. I'm Joe Missouri. Okay, I'm going to throw this on as soon as I can here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I think I just got it.
Awesome. Nice job there with that. And so, yeah, so we thank you, Chris, for that. And I'm sure the people in the area, local area there, appreciate your weather updates as you do this. And just before I forget, before you started doing that, I was getting ready to say, the weather questions that you have, we want you to use the Weather Valet app. So go to weathervalet.com, get signed up there, and you can use our app to ask our meteorologist weather-related questions and receive an answer in a timely manner with that. But we also do have chats that are on Facebook and X and YouTube. And so what happens when somebody types in a message, we're not going to use this to answer questions. Again, that's the Weather Valet app. But we do have the ability to show the questions or the comments on the screen. So this one here, Janet Wright wrote, is about an hour ago. Hello from Colorado, watching for a bit. And so if you've got any comments that you want to make, we do see those here. We do read those. And from time to time, we can put a couple up on the screen as time permits. Again, if you want local weather and local weather updates, listen to us as we're talking here. And again, use that Weather Valet app, but this is a chance also for us to put some comments up there. So if there's something that you want to share with us, and that can include a weather update from where you are. So type that in the chat box there, what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and you can kind of confirm with us or not what we're seeing on radar and what we're talking about.
Well, we're not really cranking up now as it's coming through. So, yeah, that's line. If you see it watching here on the radar, it's pretty much we're right in the middle of it. That heavy line, it's now working its way to the county line, be climbing into the northern parts of Thomas County. That gust front's going through Colby probably as we speak. So folks down there in Colby, that gust front's about 15, 20 minutes ahead of the original line of storms. It's not really built into Thomas County yet, just except probably the northwest corner to north of Brewster, but it looks like what we've seen, as it came into Rollins County, it just kind of kept building southward behind that gust front. It looks like it is doing that, building back towards Goodland. Now, if you're out in Goodland, you're going to see this come through. The rains, gust front's already been there about 20 minutes ago. Now the rain's going to start building into Goodland, all the way back to Burlington on the interstate. It looks like this will swing through pretty much all of northwest Kansas here over the next hour. We got the warnings that are in place all the way covering all of Rollins County, northwest 2/3 of Thomas County, all of Sherman County, northwest third of Wallace County, and Kit Carson and Cheyenne out in Colorado here for another 15 minutes to a half hour on those warnings. So expect another round of warnings to come out as this line goes through. Again, heavy rainfall up to 1 inch an hour, 1 inch hail, and the wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, be safe there. If you're in that area like you, Chris, be safe. And if you've got to get off here for a minute, that's fine too. As we're watching these storms make their way through Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, here with you. And then one thing I did want to bring up here as we continue to watch the radar, tomorrow there's a big race in Louisville, the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby, very popular across the country here. And there's a chance of rain and thunderstorms in the area. And just very quickly, I don't want to take away from the radar very long, but this is what the radar is going to look like tomorrow afternoon. So you see all these pop-up storms. So it's kind of like popcorn. Where's it going to land here, and so forth. So the Louisville area, that's what we're looking at with the Kentucky Derby, the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby tomorrow. We could have a very wet, sloppy track if one of these storms is right over Louisville. So it's something that our team's going to watch. And if you're going to be there, if you know anybody that's going to be there, have them sign up for the Weather Valet app. Have them sign up at weathervalet.com, and then they can ask us the weather-related questions throughout the day. And we can help them keep them safe and dry so they know what to expect and where these storms are popping up. So in a situation like this, that's where the nowcasting piece is so important, because we can't predict exactly where these popcorn storms, these isolated storms are going to appear until they appear. And so we call that nowcasting. So exactly what's happening right now, that's what it is. And then the same thing that we're doing right here in the Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado area. We're nowcasting. All right, we're telling you what is happening right now, and making sure that you're prepared and such. So some very large storms here moving through the area. Let's start at the northern part of the line in the Lexington down to the Holdridge area. You see just to the north and west of Elwood, the severe part of this storm right here. All right, so the purples and pinks located right here north and west of Elwood means some very gusty winds and most likely some hail incorporated in that area there with that. And so making our way down to the south a little bit. So the Cambridge area, north and south of that, the Indianola area, just east of McCook. And with that, the Danbury area starting to get in on the rain there. The Herndon area, the Atwood area, with getting in on the rain there, and the Goodland area. Let's back that up because that's more rains forming there with this. And so the Goodland area, and then back here east of Hugo, this is a slow moving storm. It's weakened a little bit, but we can see some more rain starting to develop here in this area, just to the west and northwest of Goodland. This area is starting to build a little bit, so we expect that to continue to build and fill in as it continues. And then in the Scott City area, so south of Oakley, all right, so if you're south and west of Grove City there, down to Scott City, you're seeing some very, very heavy rains and possibly some gusty winds and hail with these storms, especially on the southern part of the storm here. That's most likely where some severe weather is taking place right now. And then as we move even further south, all right, we go west of Dodge City. All right, so from Garden City, working on the way down to the Liberal area, and farther south here. So another line of storms here with that. And again, you're starting to see that bow echo right here, pulling out. All right, that's a sign of some very gusty winds with the storm here. And so continue watching that. And as we continue to make our way further south, more severe thunderstorms right here into the south here of Dumas area here, and then points to the north and east of it, north of Amarillo, Texas. You're seeing some storms in that area there. And then as we continue to go southward here, you're seeing storms to the west and to the south of Oklahoma City with that. And then where the tornado watch is here in yellow, all right, you're seeing, let's get to a closer radar here, not as severe as it once was. We did see a lot of rotation with the storms here, but still in that Menard area. So if you're in Menard or to the south and west of it, you're seeing probably a very severe thunderstorm here. So again, heavy rains, some gusty winds and hail associated with these storms. And this goes all the way down into Mexico as well. So a large line here, a large area of severe weather that we're watching. Let's go back up here in your neck of the woods in the Atwood area, Chris. And so that storm is still sitting on top of you here in this area here. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
It's nice rain. Lots of rain. There's some very small hail, say pea-sized hail for a little bit, and it's just rain. It rained hard for at least 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then now it's kind of tapered back a little bit. And I'm guessing we're probably going to end up with around an inch, just kind of watching what's going on out there. So this line is pretty much, I don't know, it's about halfway through. Looks like the Atwood area can get some rain here for a little bit more, and then that line does look like it's going to cover all of the Rawlins County. It still has a little bit of an east-northeast movement to it, as it's moving through. But again, that's a nice line of rainfall for all the county, and looks like it'll be. Now it's already in northwestern parts of Decatur County, up there in the Cedar Bluff area, up along the Beaver Creek as it crosses through Herndon. And so Herndon, you're getting rain all the way back through Wood and Thomas County, Sherman County are next in line to get to see this move through.
Yeah, and then this kind of rotation right here kind of shows it all, where it's looking like it's moving here to the south and east, and then all of a sudden it starts picking up, moving to the north and east. I don't know if you can really see that or not, but it seems like it's taking a little loop-de-loop here, and if that's the case here, that means more rain, more time the storm's going to be over you in the Atwood area.
Yeah, I think people are okay with the rain. That's something that we do a lot of talking about rain here out in the farming country. So I think this rain should, we've been putting that data up from the Mesonet pretty much about every day here since it started raining. We were 1.25 inches behind for our 12-month annual departure, and also probably about the same since. We were okay until last June or July, and then it didn't rain for a long time until it started snowing around Christmas time. So this rain, I think, will catch us up, and if we keep catching rain moving forward, things will green up. We've been awfully brown and dry. I know we've seen some of those pictures of the storms down in Texas and that, where the dust was just blowing. It's just so dry. All the way out here on the plains. So this rain is one of those, I guess you call them $1 million rain when you're talking about farming, and you're getting 1 inch at a time. So 2-3 inches of rain the last 7 to 10 days is definitely paying off as we head into May.
Yeah, good point there. And I just pulled up here on the radar the last hour here. So just to the south and west of Atwood area, it's picked up quite a bit of rain here in just a short period of time. So the green would be about 1 inch of rain here, and so more than 1 inch to the south and west of Atwood here in the last hour. And so as we just saw there with the radar loop, as we were thinking it was making its way through, going to the south and east, now has kind of juked us out a little bit here and starting to go back up this way right here. So this heavier rain we're seeing in this area right here most likely is going to start moving here to the north and east. So if you're in the Atwood area and to the Herndon area, more rain is heading your way.
Michael, the interesting feature where you're showing that is we have the Beaver Creek runs right where that heavier rain is, and it goes from the southwest part of the county, from Sherman County, diagonally across through Atwood, and then to Herndon. And we do have a lake that receives that rainfall down there in that southwest part of the county. When the rain comes, the springs start flowing, and if we get excessive rain like this, it will come into our lake. So the lake here in town, generally holds it. There's been times where it'll flood over the highways and back into the town, but we might see some influx of water from. Because this came down pretty quick and hard, so there's probably some, especially when you get over the 2 and 3 inch type rains, potentially down there in that part of the county.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, good to know there. That's an interesting point there with the geography, and that's one of the great things about America's Weather Streaming Channel here is our group of around 15 meteorologists are spread throughout the United States, and the geography, there in Kansas better than anybody, Chris. Given those facts there really help us out in understanding what's going on. And as you say this, I just do want to remind people that if you see standing water, don't try to drive through that. That's one of the worst things that you can possibly do. And there's a popular video that somebody had filmed a couple of days ago in Texas with the flooding in the Houston area, and somebody trying to cut through a parking lot, and the parking lot was flooded, and so he had no idea where the parking lot ended. And that car ended up going into driving right into a creek, and just because they couldn't see it. It was just flood water. So ended up getting the driver ended up getting out onto the roof and getting rescued and was okay. But that's just a scary situation. So you never want to drive through flooded water. If you can't do the roadway, just back up, turn around. It might take you more time to get wherever you're going, but at least you're going to do it in a safe manner.
Yeah, the flooding is always a sneaker when it comes to severe weather. That's the one that people kind of drop off the radar. And I know when I was doing my work in Kansas City, I think there was more deaths attributed to the flooding than any of all the other stuff combined. So that is definitely something you see it, don't go through it.
So let's take a look here at the a new severe thunderstorm warning. Rawlins and Decatur counties until 9:30. Severe thunderstorms are located along the line there, 5 miles northeast of Herndon to Liddell, if I said that right, to Atwood, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So these storms may contain 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with this. So some damaging winds possible here with these storms. So this is this warning here with the Atwood storm is what we're calling it here. We also see storms just to the north and northeast that are severe, and so we've got a severe thunderstorm here as well until 9:15. Golf ball size hail associated with the storms farther up north.
Yeah, this line has definitely been a little stronger up to the north. We saw that larger hail up there in the Hayes Center area earlier. Now that's in parts of Furnace County, moving off towards I-80 across Lexington, and areas up there in north central Nebraska. Once we and then it tailed all the way back into Colorado. It looks like we're starting to see some of that rain pick up in the Goodland, Sherman County area. Looks like it's kind of the tail end is starting to move through them Burlington, Sherman County. It looks like we go now all the way. Oakley so far, Oakley and Colby are the communities that have missed it, but you can see this is building back in Sherman County in the Goodland area to the west of Brewster. So they'll be getting their turn, Brewster, Colby, Oakley here over the next hour and a half as well. That's right. Now just looking here to see if we've got any new updates here with this. So so the National Weather Service is saying that the severe threat's going to continue. Severe threat continues here as these storms move to the east, and there's also potential that these storms will strengthen as they move east here. So the National Weather Service is putting central and southwestern Kansas on notice here that the severe threat's going to continue as these storms move to the east and possibly become even stronger over the next few hours. Yeah, the computer models were showing an enhancement that 7, 9, 10 o'clock time frame as they move through, and they have done that pretty much right over. They were started about on the Colorado border. They started picking up, and it was kind of for a while it was split between a special weather statement due to the gust front versus the strong storms up to the north in Nebraska. And now as this front has come through, that line of severe weather is now connected all the way, like we've said here, back into Cheyenne County, Colorado, all the way to basically Lexington, Nebraska, up on the interstate. So that is a long line of severe weather, and it looks like it'll stay together according to the Weather Service and continue as it moves east across eventually Norton, Phillipsburg later this evening, and places up there along that Kansas-Nebraska border. That's right. And then take a look at your radar there. You see the gust front has gone through the Colby area, so that's nearing Oakley in that. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens with that line. So storms are developing there in the Goodland area, as you mentioned. With that, it looks like a southeast, or excuse me, an east-southeast movement. With that line. With that, but we're taking a look, in the Atwood area. The actual storm itself is moving to the north and east.
with that. And so how what happens to the gust front ahead of that, most likely, in my opinion, is probably going to die out a little bit in that particular area to the north and east of Colby. Am I thinking right in that regard there, Chris?
Correct. And that's, that probably, at some point there, it's going, that it's merging with that stuff to the south. And then it should become, like, I would think, one pretty much line as it marches off to the east. So I think you're correct in that fact that once that gets to Oakley, that's kind of the area that will be doing that merging of the cell or the front with the activity to the south. Good job.
Hey, Chris, you got time to do a quick update?
Yep.
Okay. You ready now, or do you need to look stuff up?
Nope. I'm ready.
Okay. This is KYBC 106.1. Missouri back on the phone with meteorologist Chris Sean for a decision on that, as well as American Weather Streaming Channel. Chris, storm warning now in place for Rollins and Decatur County of Kansas. Rain continues to fall in the Atwood area, and seems like it's heading off to the east. What are you seeing on radar?
Yeah, Joe, we've got a line of thunderstorms that now extends from Lexington, Nebraska, all the way through the Goodland area, working its way back into Cheyenne, west area out in Colorado. This line is now pretty much moving to the east around 35 miles per hour. Has anywhere from golf ball size hail in them counties up in Nebraska, Furnace County. And then as you get back into the Red Willow County area, back into Hitchcock and Rollins County, we're more the smaller variety hails that move through Atwood here. That was really small, it was about pea size at the most, but there has been potential reports of up to an inch type hail with these certain cells within the line of storms. The gust front is still developed. It's moved through Colby. It's heading towards Oakley. Eventually, that's going to merge with the line of storms that now extends. There's a warning for southern Gove County and all the way through Scott County down to the Oklahoma border. It's going to catch up with that line. And the Weather Service is indicating that it's going to strengthen as it moves to the east. So we expect this line of thunderstorms and warnings to kind of merge together with that line that now has a warning into Gove County, and then you got the Thomas County one that goes to basically Mingo. So Oakley's the only community that isn't been in the rain or any of this as we yet, but that gust front will be moving through here, so Oakley will eventually see that 50, 45 mile an hour wind out ahead, and then the rain will come through probably more after 9:30, 10 o'clock time frame, because they're kind of on that southeastern edge. But Norton, Oakley, Hoxie are kind of in that next round of once these warnings are going until 9:30. When you get to 9:30, you'll probably see the next group of counties go until 10:30 as this marches across north central Kansas and south central Nebraska during the early morning hours.
As far as precipitation amounts and hail size, what are you expecting for, say, Rollins County, Decatur County, and Thomas County side?
Yeah, we just did that on the YouTube channel. Kind of went on a rain over the last hour or two. It looks like southwestern Rollins County along the Beaver has this thing's kind of taken a northeastern training track as it kind of shifted direction, so it rained a little bit longer throughout into the southwestern parts. It looked like they could be getting 2-inch, maybe more amounts of rain down there along the Beaver Creek, and that we were talking will come with the rain that we've been having. We've been about 2 inches of rain since that Thursday storm ago and last Saturday. We could see that coming into the lake here in town. Maybe some little bit of flooding out there along the Beaver. If you're out there, there's a lot of people that live along the Beaver here in the county. So those folks, don't drive through that. If you see flooding tonight out there, just kind of stay put. And as this moves through here, as far as hail, we're probably going to get some reports out to the west and northwest there when it first started coming in of maybe some that 1-inch type hail, the $half size that the Weather Service was indicating, and it continues to move across here. 1 to 2, some isolated 3-inch rain amounts won't be too uncommon across the county. And I know last time I was talking to Hollies, those that live in the southeastern part of the county, they have 2 3/4 inch, probably another inch, and then this, you're talking 4 or 5 inches of rain there. So I've got, that's what we're looking at, Joe, is a little bit of 1-inch hail and lots of rain for Rawlins County.
Well, the rain is definitely a good thing, especially for the developing weeds and guys that are trying to get the corn in the ground. Chris, I know you're streaming on live tonight on America's Weather Streaming Channel. I give the address again so folks can follow along.
If you want to follow Facebook, you can go to the America Weather Streaming Channel Facebook page, hit watch now. We're streaming live there, and also at myweathernow.com will get you to our YouTube channel, aws.c.live, and you can follow us on YouTube and watch our weather radars and us do these weather updates live.
All right, that's some great stuff. Hopefully, just some decent moisture, and we'll try to do our best to pray for no hail balls. But if things continue across the high plains tonight, we'll keep you posted. Once again, for meteorologist Chris Schomnick at Decision Weather and Atwood, as well as America's Weather Streaming Channel, Joe Bizarre, KYEZ Radio.
I got to go. Colby was trying to get a hold of me there.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
This is Chris.
Hey, Chris, it's Joel.
Hey, Joel.
How are you, my friend?
Hey, we're.
Yeah, how are you tonight?
We're busy.
Got a moment for us?
Yep, I sure do.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll be with you momentarily.
Heading and wind. Think ahead and try to make your own more resistant. High winds can knock down trees and branches, so take time to remove any of them close to your home. If there's some time before the storm hits your area, use loose objects and shield it.
They just dropped that for Thomas and Sherman.
Even after the threat of strong winds and hail pass your area, lightning remains dangerous. Wait at least 30 minutes after the last lightning flash or rumble of thunder before getting outdoors. And keep in mind that there may be localized flooding.
This is severe weather coverage on KXXX Colby, KRDQ Colby, KWTV Colby, KCI Goodland, and KLOE Goodland. Severe weather coverage, a service of Farm Bureau Insurance, your local agent Steve Brown, and Andrew Planet, as well as Pathway Ag and Rootmasters. It is time now to check in with resident meteorologist Chris Schomnick, who is in the Atwood area. That's where he lives. He is your neighbor. He is your friend. And he lives where you live. And he is a meteorologist, kind of dialed into everything going on tonight. Evening, Chris. What is the latest that you're seeing? What we had some wind pack a punch a little while ago coming through Colby and the Thomas County area.
Yeah, we were talking about that here this evening on the live stream about that gust front that's been out ahead of this line of storms coming out of Colorado, and those gust fronts are about 20 minutes ahead of the actual cold front and line of thunderstorms, and they were 45, 50 miles an hour. So you saw the gust front come in, it was a big burst of wind, and then the temperatures just dropped, right behind that. That was the leading edge of that. It's moved through Colby. Oakley is the only place that has not seen that yet, so it's on its way through Mingo as we speak and heading towards Oakley and Hoxie there in Sheridan County. As far as the line of rain has developed, we had severe weather all the way from Lexington and Holdridge area where they got golf ball size hail, and it extended. At one point, it just dropped the warnings for northwestern Thomas County and Sherman County. They could issue another warning here as this line comes through because it is rebuilding back there in Sherman County and back into Kit Carson, Cheyenne counties in Colorado. So, it's to the west of Colby now. That rain activity will be coming into Colby. It's not quite as strong as it was when it went through Atwood. When Atwood got put under the warning, it kind of developed back along the Cheyenne, Rawlins County line, had some 1-inch type hail in it, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and it's put down anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rainfall across Rawlins County as it's moved across. You can expect more generally an inch an hour, an inch in and out, up to an inch, half inch type rain to locations to the south and west for the rest of the evening as that line moves through. And you could see some small hail. Right now, like I said, there isn't a warning for Thomas County and Sherman County as this line comes through, but you could see some pea-sized hail and those wind gusts 50, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. But the gust front has moved through, and now you'll be seeing some rain and maybe a little bit of small hail. Looks like that storm is now, there's been a line of severe weather that's now from southern Gove County that's extended through Scott City all the way to the Oklahoma border. This will be merging with the stuff that's up to the north and then move to the east. The Weather Service has said that they expect this line to strengthen as it moves east. So, well, it looks like it's not severe to your west still. Could become severe as it moves across Thomas County and the Oakley area, Hoxie, and every place to the east here the rest of the evening. So listeners, be prepared, for that 60-mile-an-hour wind. Warnings to possibly come back into place. We could see those wind gusts 60 mile an hour. It looks like we just popped up a tornado warning down there in southern Gove County where the tornadoes were just a couple days ago. So it just popped up. Looks like we got some rotation in that cell in southern Gove County. So there is a tornado warning back in those rural areas in southern Gove County where we got a cell that could possibly have some rotation. If you saw some of the reports that came out of there the other night, we had 4-inch hail and, a landspout tornado from basically 23 all the way to Utica, Pendennis area. So, again, severe weather all across the listening area. It's extending from Lexington, Nebraska through Goodland, and now we got that tornado warning in southern Gove County.
All right, so we will keep you up to date. Looks like EAS is going to take over here shortly. Chris, what do you expect once we get out? So when is all this really going to come down for the tri-state area? Is this all late tonight, early tomorrow morning deal, or what are we kind of looking at?
It's coming through here now. We've already seen the brunt of it in Rawlins County. Colby, Oakley, Goodland now has moved through, so it's all on its way through Colby. It's not as strong as it was in some of the other locations at this point, but the Weather Service is expecting it to intensify. So, rain, could pick up an inch of rain, 6-hour wind gusts, and a small hail. And then, merging with that line that now goes down 83. So the next 2 hours, basically, to answer the question for 25 west, and then as it goes off to the east, it'll be in the early morning hours, Norton, Phillipsburg, and places off to the east.
Fantastic. All right, my friend, I will let you get back to it so you can get yourself updated with your tornado warning, and we will check in with you later. Again, that is meteorologist Chris Schramm here in the Rocky Mountain Radio Network.
Okay, what do we got on that tornado warning?
Yeah, we got a tornado warning now for southeastern Gove County and west central Kansas until 9:15. So about 3 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 10 miles northwest of Shields, moving east at 20 miles per hour. So tornado and quarter-size hail with this. So this is a radar indicated tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning here, and I'm going to flip over here to the velocity and see. So this is the area we're looking at, and this area right here, and we just got an update there. And actually, so it doesn't actually look as well defined as it did a few minutes ago with this. And so, trying to see if we can pick up any cities here in the path of this. So, Chris must be a pretty rural area in this. So to the south of Gove City there. All right, tornado warning for another 26 minutes. So if you're driving over 23 right now, you need to be taking shelter right now. Anywhere east of 23, you need to be taking shelter right now if you're in that area. Tornado warning here until 9:15 for Gove County here in west central Kansas. So a severe thunderstorm producing quarter-size hail is also possibly producing a tornado at this time. So again, take shelter if you're in this red polygon area. take shelter immediately here. You've got a tornado warning. Let's check the velocity again. And so we're looking in this area right there, in that area right there, possible tornado. So we can see a little bit of rotation here on the radar, and probably some stronger winds. We're with the brighter colors right there. So that's where our tornado warning is right now, to the south of Gove City there. And I've been checking some of the other storms as well, just seeing if there's any rotation with these storms, because a possible tornado or two is not out of the question in Kansas for this evening and into tonight here. So we've been monitoring this, and the rotation doesn't look as well as it did moments ago, but it still doesn't mean you can let your guard down. Still tornado warning for this area for another 26 minutes.
And now they've put the Thomas County, Oakley, and all the counties all the way now back to Wallace and Greeley County once again. Large tornado, or not tornado, severe thunderstorm warning has been issued by the Weather Service. Does include northern Wichita County, Wallace County, Thomas County, Logan County, southwestern Sheridan County, Greeley County, Sherman County, southern and northwestern Gove County until 8:45 Mountain, 9:45 Central Time. Severe thunderstorms were located in a line extending from Rexford to 5 miles west of Winona, southwest of Weston, moving south at 35 miles per hour. Wind gust was reported in Colby of 60 miles per hour. So that's what Joel was talking about, that big gust of wind that came through Colby, which was that gust front, is now moving into the Oakley area. So what you could expect on that gust front about 20 minutes ahead of the rain is that 60 mile an hour wind. Also was reported by an automated weather station. And again, now we've got pretty much all of northwest Kansas in a severe storm warning here until 9:45. The line is kind of merging with that activity that's down there. Got the tornado warning on it. It's going to, that gust front is just about to Oakley, and then rain is just about moving into Colby. So northwestern part of this polygon warning box is from Sharon Springs through Brewster to the Thomas Rollins County line. It does include Oakley, Sharon Springs, Winona, Tribune, just north of Leota's back in it. And so the line and gust front will be going through some of those areas that saw the first round of weather in that Tribune, Leota area already tonight. So we've got warnings pretty much all the way from Holders, Lexington, Nebraska, all the way through northwest Kansas to the Oklahoma border. This line's going to merge and strengthen as it moves off to the east here during the early morning hours. So for people in Norton, Phillipsburg, and Hoxie, and Waukene, and Hayes, and off to the east, will be seeing weather. Same type of weather, 60 mile an hour winds, 1 inch hail, and some heavy rainfall here the rest of this evening.
Yeah, Chris, and I was just trying to look and see if we've gotten any more information here on the tornado warning. It's going to last for another 21 minutes. 21 minutes here, and we're seeing the velocity not as strong as it was, but again, doesn't mean we can let our guard down. This area is still under a tornado warning. 122 people live in this polygon, so it's not a heavily populated area, but still 122 people live in this polygon who need to be taking shelter right now, because Gove County here is under a tornado warning. And I was just seeing here if something else came up with this particular storm here, and nope, no update. That's the same one there. So tornado warning continues for Gove County, Kansas until 9:15. So if you're in that polygon there in the red, you need to be taking shelter right away. Take shelter right away. The actual tornado or threat of the tornado is almost now into that middle of the red polygon. So it's making its way eastward. So it's about in that middle of that polygon right now is where we see possible rotation within the storm.
Yeah. So again, that's the same areas that saw it 2 nights ago. We had 2 cells that went through there that actually had funnels that reached the ground. It was kind of the strongest of it, and the most reports that came in was between Pendennis and Utica, where there's actually some people. That's just south of where that polygon is now, right on the line of Lane and Gove County. That is where the Dodge City and Goodland office kind of hand off to each other. Looks like there is a special weather statement in that area in northern Lane County. So we got severe thunderstorm warnings in Scott City so Scott County, Wichita County, back into Greeley County, Wallace County, Logan, southeastern Thomas, and Sherman counties that now go until 9:45 p.m. here this evening. Still got the one in Decatur and Rollins County until 9:30 p.m. with the potential for the 1-inch hail and the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So again, we're severe weather. We've been watching it all night. It's really kind of picking up here right at the end, as about the front is actually moving through. So again, back to the gust front. When it went through Colby, we had two reports of 60-mile-an-hour gust front. Oakley, that is coming to you next. It's between Mingo and Oakley. Just looking at the radar here. So first, you're going to have the wind. You're going to see your temperatures really drop, and then half hour, 20 minutes behind it, you'll see the rain and potential for some small to medium-sized hail.
Yeah, tornado warning continues for southeastern Gove County and West
And again,
until 9:15. Don't know if I cut you off there, Chris. Sorry.
oh no, I was going to jump on the tornado, but you got her.
All right. Yeah, there we go.
So again, that tornado.
You got it.
It looks like we got more winds down to the south. So the warnings, just looking farther south into the southern counties now. You know, we've now crossed in through Garden City, Liberal. Dodge City is now on the east end of a warning box. We got the southern Gove County one that goes to the Trigo County line. So there are storms now in northwestern Trigo County and building up to the interstate in that Quinter Waukegan area. So if you're on the interstate, Waukegan to Oakley, we got storms that are moving through. There's not a warning on the interstate yet, but it probably will be coming shortly. You get to Grainfield to Oakley to Colby. There is a warning in place with the back line coming through. So travel on I-70 is now, you're going to run into storms that could have hail in them and gusts, obviously on that gust front. So if you're driving Grainfield west, Oakley, kind of be ready to pull over because that 60-mile-an-hour wind is going to be around, especially any truck or high-profile vehicle if you're out there on the interstate. So that's probably the most dangerous thing we got now is the tornado warning. Again, it's down there in rural parts of Gove County that is really populated. Did see activity there the other night, so definitely take cover. There could be some rotation of 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then also Oakley, folks traveling on I-70 between Grainfield and Mingo, got a 60-mile-an-hour gust of wind heading your way.
Yeah, absolutely there, Chris. Thanks for that. And so, yeah, I'm checking here to see if we've gotten any update on, so at 8:55, so just a few minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles north of Shields, moving east at 20 miles per hour. So 9 miles north of Shields, moving east at 20 miles per hour. And so I'm going to switch it over here to take a look at the velocity on this storm here. And we're looking for where the reds and greens come together. So here's our red polygon. That's under tornado warning right now. Tornado warning here. And we're looking for the reds. We're looking for the reds and greens here. And earlier we saw it here in the back edge of this, and we're not seeing that as much right now. All right, so we're not seeing those coming together here. So it looks like the rotation's kind of dying out. And if anything, it looks like there might be some rotation here just to the south of that. And I don't know, maybe I'm zoomed in too much, Chris, or you guys don't have many cities in this area, but so I can't tell exactly where this is. But north of 4 here, it looks like we've got some rotation on the southern part of this polygon that we're going to need to watch as we move forward here. I'm going to put this in motion and see.
That's that same area that Pendennis, Utica, up there to the north, just to the north of Healy on 4. So it's kind of taking that same track where it was in Gove County, and now it's rotated. And if there is some rotation, it's on that cell that's clipping northern Lane County. And like we said, that is the handoff to the Dodge City office. So there's some communication that'll overlap there. I mean, this will actually be pulled by the Dodge City office, and that's at the very, very end, both radars kind of in that spot there. So
yeah, absolutely.
Challenge.
Yep, awesome. So tornado warning continues for Gove City until 9:15, so about another 14 minutes from now. Tornado warning continues, and so possible tornado. All right, this is radar indicated, but we also know that quarter-size hail has been falling in this area here, and so you'll see it. It's gotten the current radar is not showing the update yet, but the tornado warning will be the southern part of this polygon that you're seeing here. That's what we're watching right now, and let's update with the velocity. And here's the area that I'm more concerned about here, looking just the southern part of this polygon here. And what we saw in the northern part here is kind of as it's kind of made its way north and east, it looks like it's died out a little bit. So, so still, the National Weather Service is continuing this tornado warning. There is rotation being noticed on the radar by trained meteorologists here, and they've alerted. They're alerting us here with this tornado warning. So if you're in this area, you need to be taking shelter right away. Get underground if you can into a basement or storm shelter. And if you can't do either of those two things, then you want to get to the first floor of the building and as an interior room as possible. So try to put it in the walls between you and the exterior of the building as possible, staying away from windows and such, and then finding a way to protect yourself. If you've got a mattress you can bring in, if you got an old foot helmet, baseball helmet, whatever it might be, you can find ways to protect yourself in your safe room there. So enact your emergency plan, your weather emergency plan. Let's get that going right now. So if you're inside the polygon, you're in the tornado warning for another 12 minutes. Another 12 minutes here, the tornado, possible tornado and quarter-size hail with the storm here. So pay attention to us as we go forth. I'm still seeing a little bit of some broad rotation here on the southern part of this. And let me check one more time before I hand it back off to you, Chris, with this. And so it looks like we've got a new tornado warning being issued. I'm going to switch over to your radar because yours is picking it up quicker than mine is. We've got a new tornado warning to the south of it, Chris.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a tornado warning now to the north and east of. Can't read that real good, but we're in to the west east of Garden City, and tornado warning is for east central Finney County, northwestern Erie County, and southwestern Kansas until 9:30. Not there thunderstorm. You want?
Go ahead, Chris.
I got it. This Chris. Yeah, we can give you a quickie here. But yeah, we.
All right, you're listening to ITS Radio Network, and yes, we've got tornado warning, we got thunderstorm warning all over the place. Let's go over to our right. Let's talk to meteorologist Chris Schramm for the latest. Good evening, Chris.
Hey, good evening, Joel. Well, we've got, like you said, we got warnings galore out here across southwest Nebraska and northwest Kansas, all the way to the Oklahoma border, and we do have 2 tornado warnings right now in place that are in southern Gove County. That storm has kind of lost its rotation. It's just going to be on here for another 10 minutes or so, but a new one has been issued for eastern Finney County and down there to the west of Garden City. There is a cell that has some rotation down there, moving to the north and east, northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we got folks to the north and west of Dodge City that have a tornado warning in Ford and Finney County, and then we have that southern Gove County cell, and then we get back into the immediate listening area. All of Thomas County, parts of Logan County, northwestern Gove County, southwestern Sheridan County are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 p.m. And that does the potential for some 60-mile-an-hour winds that are now on a gust front that is moving through Oakley. If you're traveling down I-70 from Grainfield to Oakley, expect 60-mile-an-hour gust of wind. That's what it was reported when it went through Colby. That will definitely blow you around on the interstate and any high-profile vehicle or trucks. That is out ahead of the lightning and the storm and the actual weather, so that could catch you by surprise. So be prepared for that. We continue to have a warning in place. Rollins County is now out of it, but you got Decatur County now working into places of Arapahoe, Nebraska. Eventually, Norton and places to the east will be under this weather here this evening. But now it's kind of moving through Brewster, through Colby, Oakley, and all places off to the east here over the next hour, heading towards that 10 o'clock, and then farther east during the early morning hours.
We're talking to meteorologist Chris Schromick here at Rockingham Media Radio Network on this severe weather Friday night. Hey, Chris, we wanted to point out, because we have so many travelers from all over the country traveling through our area on I-70, and we kind of want to point out, and we see, if you ever watch like the Weather Channel and stuff, or storm stories and things like this, they always talk about do not park under bridges, and that is always, when we were growing up, it was always the thing, wow, we got severe weather, get the hill, let's park under the bridge, oh, we get a tornado warning, let's park under the bridge. That is actually one of the worst places for you to be. Yeah,
well, that goes back. I think we talked about this one time before. If you're out there on the interstate, the whole concept kind of went back to those Andover tornadoes in I think the early 90s, where some folks got under an overpass bridge and was taking shelter, so it kind of got out on video and people started doing that. That's probably, and then when the Oklahoma tornadoes happened, that there was fatalities because of that. So that is definitely not advised. If you're out there on the listening to your radios or however you get your other information, you just park, find the lowest, look for a safe place. If there's a McDonald's or a Quick Trip or something like that, you go in the building, get in the bathrooms, freezers if they have it, and get to safety. If you're nowhere like that, you pull over and get in a ditch or the lowest possible location that you can to get out of the path of that storm. Don't drive into it or try to do anything like that. Just do that if you're out there on the highways. And right now, if you're going down the interstate now, you got that gust front. There is potential hail between Waukene and Oakley. Best is just to pull over, let it pass, and definitely do not do the crawl under the overpasses or try and park behind them and avoid any severe weather that way.
It is meteorologist Chris Schromick. I'll let you get back to what you're doing. We see things coming in again. We'll get a hold of you, but again, thank you for your time. It's meteorologist Chris Schromick as we continue our severe weather coverage.
Okay. So back to this tornado warning that's down there in East Central Finney County, and I think it's Gray County in southwestern Kansas until 9:30 at 9:01 Central Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles north of Charleston, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This storm has radar indicated tornado and quarter size hail. This is a serious storm. You're down there in areas in those two counties that could be affected with that as it moves through. Again, it seems to be a pretty rural area, but again, we got Gray County and eastern Finney County under a tornado warning. This cell, we kind of zoom on it here, is Yeah, it is out there, pretty rural. We're Charleston is the closest on 56, so we're between 56 and uh, highway that goes to Jetmore. So we're in between those two highways with a radar indicated potential rotation cell tornado warning there in eastern Finney and Ford County. So we got two of these cells that are showing some rotation possibly, and some more activity through Scott County. Let's see what we got back here on the Gove County one. We still got 4 minutes on the warning in Gove County. And again, this new one that's down there to the west of Garden City in that Charleston, Pierceville area, moving to the northeast. If it would hold together, Kilvetta and places to the west of Jetmore. So again, we've got 2 tornado warnings, several thunderstorm warnings. Now we've seen that bow echo that was down there move through the Liberal area and on heading towards Mineola, down into Buckland towards Pratt. Now has a severe thunderstorm warning that'll include Ford County, Meade County, and southeastern Gray County, Clark County, and southwestern Kansas until 10 p.m. 9:07 p.m. A severe thunderstorm located along a line from near Ensign to Fowler, 7 miles west of Englewood, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This will be going through Mineola, Englewood around 9:15, Acres around 9:20, Bloom around 9:25, Ashland and Clark State Lake around 9:30, and then Kingston, Sitka, Ford, and Buckland between 9:40, 9:45, and 9:50. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is on that bow echo, so there's definitely some strong winds on the front line of that as it moves through up there to 60 miles per hour. So that is well south down there along the Oklahoma border. But again, it's where we got storms. That south end has that bow echo on it. You get back up into 2 tornado warnings along that line with potential rotation in southern Gove County and eastern Finney County. And then we've got thunderstorm warnings pretty much up and down that line all the way now to Norton County, Graham County, Sheridan counties, along highways 83 and 23, 24, and 36. So again, this is starting to move off to the east of the immediate tri-state area, but now we're a line that's extended all the way from Holdridge, Nebraska, now to the Oklahoma border.
Yeah, Chris, and as you're kind of talking through here, I was trying to get some information from the National Weather Service to see what they're going to do with the tornado warning that's expiring here in the next minute or so. And the one in Gove County with that. And so I'm not seeing as much rotation with it as we did early on when it was first issued, but there's still some broad rotation there. And so I was just curious to see exactly what they're thinking here. So there's 1 minute left of that tornado warning. Haven't gotten word yet exactly what's going to happen with that one. And then the one down to the south, we still have another 15 minutes or so for that. And then we're still seeing a little bit of broad rotation with that storm as well. So 2 tornado warnings we need to take serious. And let me update one more time here before passing back to you and see if I can't get you a little bit more information. And not seeing anything yet, so my assumption is they're going to let this one expire, but we'll know that in about another minute or so.
Okay. Okay, now just kind of looking at the latest radars here. We'll see what happens with that. It does look like the warning box down there in Finney and Clark counties is kind of a small cell. I'm kind of watching this stuff back here now, moving through. Now they've kind of moved the severe thunderstorm warning box not to include Colby and Goodland. The most severe storms now look like have moved into northern Wallace County, Logan counties, southern Thomas County with that line. So Oakley is now in that watch or warning box, and back to Sharon Springs. The gust front now has passed through Oakley, would be working its way to Grainfield and into the Russell Springs area in Logan County. So gust front out ahead. We got rain now kind of back south and west of Colby, all the way through basically down 40 to Winona, or just moving toward Winona, and Wallace, Sharon Springs, just to the north. So Sharon Springs, Wallace, Winona, Monument, Oakley is kind of the next in that next warning box, and where that line of heavier rain, potential 1-inch hail will be moving through over the next quarter. So Colby, Atwood, St. Francis, Goodland, you're still seeing some rain move through. I can still feel the wind gusts 30, 40 miles per hour, but no more warnings are probably likely back here on the back end. But now the activity has started shifting to the east, going towards Norton, Hoxie, Oakley, and Sharon Springs, and those communities we mentioned in Wallace and Logan counties.
Yeah, Chris, as you're talking there, we're starting to see some rotation in the to the west of Minden, up north there, kind of north and east of you, in the I just lost it, the Holdridge area, if you're able to see that or not, but we're starting to see some more some rotation there in the velocity. Let's see if yours is picking that up there. Yep, there's a tornado warning. There it is.
So we got a tornado warning up around Holdridge, east central Phillip County and south central Nebraska until 9:30 p.m. At 9:17 p.m. Severe thunderstorm paper reduced a tornado was located near Holdridge, moved northeast at 25 miles per hour. Source is radar indicated. Dangerous storm will be near Funk around 9:20. Take cover now. Move to a basement interior room or lowest floor of a building. Avoid windows if you're outdoors and in a mobile home, and move in a closest substantial shelter to protect yourself from flying debris. Hail size of 3/4 inch. Radar indicated tornado in the Hastings area, moving towards Funk in east central Phillips County in Nebraska. So looking at this here on our radar. Seeing right here to the north and east of Holdridge. And there's another one here now to the south.
Yep.
So we got severe storms up in Nebraska, prompting tornado warnings. This one is been activated for northwestern Franklin, southeastern Phelps, southwestern Kearney, and northeastern Harlan County until 9:45. Confirmed tornado was located near Reagan, or 8 miles southwest of Holdridge, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Damage tornado, golf ball sized hail, and public confirmed tornado to the south and east of Holdridge, around 8 miles, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. A tornado will be near Wilcox around 9:25 and Extell at 9:35. Repeat, a tornado on the ground. Take cover now if you are in those communities south and east of Holdridge, in Wilcox and Axtell. A confirmed tornado on the ground. If you're in a mobile home or a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. Protect yourself from flying debris. Again, we got a tornado on the ground southeast of Holdridge, moving northeast towards Axtell and Wilcox at 9:25 and 9:35 here this evening.
Yeah, Chris, and so I've switched over the radar here to the velocity, and you can see with both of them that we just had an update here. So to the let me get rid of this now. And so we're looking at the storm right up here when the new tornado warning came in, now to the north and east of Holdridge there. But our attention quickly shifted over here to the Reagan area. Confirmed tornado was on the ground as it went through the area right here. It was a confirmed tornado on the ground, and we can still see some rotation there with the velocity. See the reds and greens coming together there. And I'm going to switch back over. So this is likely, this is very likely, and you can kind of see, almost see it a little bit on the radar here of the rotation with this one, and kind of the same here with this one. You see some rotation there just with the radar itself with that. And so very serious situation, very serious situation. So if you're in this area, the Reagan, the Wilcox area, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning for you, and also in the Holdridge area, tornado warning for you. You need to be taking shelter right now.
Yeah, and this is very serious tornado on the ground to the move through Reagan, and now for Wilcox and Axtell, Funk, everything to the east, Hildreth. We need to take shelter immediately. This was a confirmed tornado. We got looks like potentially 2 vortexes in that Reagan area and Holdridge moving to the east and northeast along those Cornhusker Highway and Highway 6 and 34 out there in south central Nebraska. So again, dangerous situation, tornado on the ground. Take cover immediately if you're in that Wilcox, Axtell, Funk area. We got tornado warnings here. Active in south central Nebraska.
Yeah, and as you're talking about that, Chris, I just was taking a peek back down to the south of the Dodge City area, just checking on the tornado warning down there. We got 8 minutes left of that. The most recent warning is still radar indicator. There's no reports of any tornado on the ground. So 8 minutes left of that tornado warning there in Dodge City. But as you're looking at there on your radar, Chris, the seriousness has now shifted to the north here. So in the Holdridge and Reagan areas, we've got 2 tornado warnings, 1 being observed.
Yeah, you can really see it here on this velocity radar. We got these multiple kind of vortexes here. This rotation here, and then you're seeing this, right here to the north and east of Reagan. Again, this one is on the ground. This one's radar indicated, potentially a tornado. So again, these 2 polygons here. This is another area that historically has had tornadoes in these areas, and again, it's pretty active here. Holdridge, Funk, Axtell, Wilcox, Hildreth, and Reagan, moving towards Minden. So if you're out in front of that, it's definitely a tornado on the ground. Looks like Wilcox, Minden would eventually be in the path of this. Axtell, Funk on the Cornhusker Highway. So again, let's please take dangerous situation out there and Holdridge, east of the Holdridge area up in south central Nebraska.
So confirmed tornado there for the Axtell, Reagan, Wilcox area in Nebraska. So if you're in that area, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning. The public here confirms a tornado was on the ground near Wilcox, Nebraska there. So again, if you're in that area, you need to take shelter right now. So this tornado warning goes until 9:30, and or the Holdridge one I was looking at here goes until 9:30. But also the storms here that we're looking at contain golf ball size hail, and it's a little bit more of a populated area than what we're looking at with the 2 previous tornado warnings. So we've got more than 6,000 people here under the gun under tornado warnings. So again, the Holdridge area, if you're to the north and east of that, and now to the Wilcox area, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warnings for both of you.
Yeah. Like Michael said, this is a more populated area than what we were looking at down in south in Kansas. Again, that Holdridge is a bigger community in Nebraska, and again, this is an area that is prime for tornado activity, and it does look like there's a couple of vortexes here. At least one has been reported on the ground in that Wilcox area as we speak. Funk, Axtell, Mendel, and Hildreth, again, cover it's a dangerous situation with potentially a couple tornadoes there with these two warnings in south central Nebraska.
Yeah, Chris, and as we're taking a look at the radar, I'm going to switch over to a different one here so we can see the radar. But it's part of a bigger line, and again, it's got that kind of bow echo that we've been talking about with some more gusty winds, most likely with the storm here. As being part of this line, as it's moving through here, when we look at potentially like a supercell where it's one individual cell, that tornado could last quite a long time. With that. Now, tornadoes that are embedded in a line like this, what are the odds that they last very long? Is it something that they're usually somewhat short-lived?
Yeah, generally, on the front end of that bow echo there, we'll kind of wind will, bow out, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. The rotation kind of gets pulled into that straight line wind there, and something that may not be on the ground for a long period of time. It's something that, but we've got the rotation there. It could all kind of kill. I mean, being so close to her like that, it could suck the energy out of each other and become more of a straight line wind. But at this point, we do have the funnel on the ground. It is looking at some rotation. And they're kind of are coming together, it looks like. So, that's something that we'll see how that gets handled here as it moves through that Funk and Wilcox area. Minden is probably, if this holds together, at least that bow, that front end of that bow echo, Minden, take shelter. It's definitely going to be a serious wind that goes through Minden here shortly.
So yeah, tornado warnings continue. 2 tornado warnings here in Nebraska with this. And so if you're in that area, you need to be taking shelter immediately. So if you can get underground, do that. Get to a storm shelter, do that. If not, get to the lowest level of a sturdy building. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible with that, and find ways to keep yourself safe. So if you're inside that red polygon, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning for your area.
Then looking back behind this line, it looks like it's kind of picked up some speed here. It's now really moving through Norton County, Decatur County. It's moved through Oberlin now. Kind of lost its steam down here. Go back to the Goodland radar here, but I know that back line is now probably in the Oakley area, moving through there. But it does look like it's picked up in its speed a little bit. I know the last one I remember seeing was 40 miles per hour. Let's see what this new warning's got. So, severe thunderstorm warning for Norton County, Sheridan, Decatur, and Graham, and 10:15. Severe thunderstorm below Decatur along the line extending from 8 miles south of Beaver City to 8 miles southeast of Jennings to near Hoxie, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So yeah, it has picked up its speed. At one point, these were 30, 35 mile an hour line of storms. Now we're talking 60 mile an hour. So again, this bow echo or this line, as it extends it out into Kansas, is really taking up to the east. Some serious wind, some tornadic activity. Looks like they dropped one of them, kind of what we were wondering if might not happen there. So one tornado warning let go. This other one continues for the Reagan, Wilcox, Axtell regions. And again, like I said, this line going to Colby. There is scattered rain activity all the way back to Goodland, Colby, and the Burlington area, but that is all picking up and kind of should be tapering off over the next hour or so behind us. This main line is now taking off to the east through with the front edge of that bow echo is a tornado warning on it. And then as you get back into, just like it dropped one of the warnings in the Arapahoe area, now we're warnings in Kansas on that tail end of that cell. The tornado warning in Gove County is gone, and also
And I'll tell
down
you too,
in
Chris, the tornado warning that was in Finney and Gray counties have also expired, and actually the National Weather Service canceled it before they expired. So we're down to one tornado warning right now, and that's the one there just to the south and east of Holdridge that you're taking a look at there on the radar. So no other tornado warnings, but again, we've got some severe thunderstorms all around, capable of producing some damaging winds and large hail.
working on this velocity radar, this Fonk Axtell area here. We're showing the rotation. So, that was on the ground at Regan. Kind of had two vortexes that, are seeing that, that similar path or area. Again, Axtell, Fonk, Minden. That this is a dangerous storm situation that is kind of traveling right down Highway 634. We've all traveled it, go link into the football game. So, that is where we're at is Fonk, Axtell, and Minden down the highways there in south central Nebraska. Is the on this storm line of storms, that is the definitely the strongest part of it out there on that bow. And again, like we said, some of the stuff in southern Kansas, central Kansas, west of Hays is kind of weakened up. The tornado warnings have at least been expired.
Yeah, and as we continue to watch these storms here move through, I do want to show you the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, is likely going to be issuing a watch here, almost like a severe thunderstorm watch here, that would include parts of northwest Oklahoma, central Kansas, southeast Nebraska, and so they're expecting as these storms continue to move eastward, they're going to continue to be severe. So if you're getting to sleep here soon, have a way to receive weather warnings because you've got severe weather heading in your area. So if you're in that area circled in blue from northwest Oklahoma, central Kansas, and southeast Nebraska, you need to be make sure you're weather aware tonight and have a way to receive weather warnings. So if severe weather hits in your area, you're able to hear that and take action.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to continue. It moves off to our east. Here the rest of the evening. Back, we got the tornado warning. Looks like it's kind of narrowed the box down a little bit. Another 12 minutes. See if there's any radar rotation, dangerous storm. So we'll keep watching this one here, see what happens here in another 10 to 12 minutes. But this is a tornado warning. At one point, there was a confirmed tornado back in the Reagan area. Right now, it's a radar located in the Wilcox Axtell area, moving to the east and northeast here, 35 miles an hour. Seeing that in there. So it looks like, we're in this Axtell, Wilcox, towards Minden. Again, a tornado warning for another 11 minutes. Kind of a longer line of storms that are moving through area this evening here.
Yeah, take a look at the velocity there. Yeah, you're still seeing some broad rotation with it, but nothing like it looked like when that tornado warning was first issued, where we had two of them, and an observed tornado in the Reagan area. So now it's moved here to the northeast of Wilcox, and continues to move away here. And again, doesn't show the signature like it did. But I don't think we're out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, because there's still some very strong winds there, and this thing can regenerate very quickly.
I'm again heading towards Minden and Axtell. On the front end of that line that now extends back through Oxford, Beaver City, going through Norton, back through Waukene, down I-70, Quinter, Collier area out there traveling on the interstate. Be having some hail and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour in the Quinter, Waukene area, and then down into Gove County, the Dodge City area. This line has picked up some speed and is moving out of the northwest Kansas area pretty rapidly here. As we wind down to the 10 o'clock hour, it's kind of something that we were timing this tonight between 6 and 10. It looks like we kind of delivered on our morning forecast. So, the rain may be a little heavier. I think some of us will take it. Colby kind of skirted the most. They did get the 60 mile an hour gust front. So by the time it got through Colby and Oakley, it was even stronger than it was out there in eastern Colorado and Cheyenne counties. And I think they were doing it 50, 55 when we had that original special weather statement on it. So got that past us. We're kind of moving out of our area. We still got this area cell up in the south of Kearney, up on in Axtell, Minden area. Got 8 minutes on that. Cell. It looks like it's not as quite as much for.
Yeah, and as you update there, it doesn't look like as much there, but I did kind of time out here for the piece that's been rotating and has a history of producing a tornado back in the Reagan area. And so some timing here, if it continues at the same speed, odds are what we're seeing with some other storms are picking up in speed, so that might get here sooner. But if it stayed as it is right now, the area of rotation would be in the Keene area in about 2 minutes, Minden in about 12 minutes, and the Collar area in about 22 minutes. And so it's making its way there to the north and northeast. So it's a little bit of timing here. Luckily, the velocity is not showing what it did show earlier back when it was over the Reagan area, and that tornado was seen by the general public there. But as it's made its way here to the north and east, we're not seeing that rotation as much with that. But that doesn't mean to let your guard down. We still have some very strong winds, and we've got reports of golf ball size hail with this storm.
Okay. Hey, Michael, I'm going to have to split here. So we'll kind of watch this one cell end. And
yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sign off. It's been a long night, and I'm glad people would have been following us here. Again, we're going to get more severe weather. It looks like maybe not so much over the weekend, but it looks like Monday we could be back on here doing the same thing again across western Kansas. And hope we're enjoying this. And we talked earlier about Weather Valet. If you can subscribe or get on. Register to Weather Valet, then you can communicate with us while we're doing this. And if you got any plans, events planned or activities, we got to do some farming, got some events scheduled for the family or things. School is coming to the end here, so there's going to be lots of graduations and things of that nature to be traveling and going back and forth for. And then you get into your spring events, and then your summer, and 4th of July, and before you know it, we got all kind. We're back in school again. So now's the time to get prepared. You can watch us here live on online, but even better yet, stay prepared and have direct communication with us so we can answer your weather questions and get that personalization that you're not properly getting from your weather apps and the real-time information. So I'm going to sign off, and if you're out there in that Axtell, Minden area, please take shelter. There's potential tornadic activity, and we'll keep Michael will keep covering that until we're in the all clear.
All right. Appreciate it, Chris. Have yourself a good night. And well, like you said, I'm sure we'll be seeing each other back on here sooner than later, because the severe weather is not letting up anytime soon. So have a good one. All right. I'm going to switch radars here, and there we go. And so we continue to follow this tornado warning here to the south and west of Minden. All right, south and west of Minden here, tornado warning. So if you are in the Axtell area and the northeast of Wilcox, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning for at least another 4 minutes in your area. 4 minutes. So severe thunderstorm about 10 minutes ago was capable of producing a tornado located over Wilcox in that area. So dollar-sized hail and a possible tornado, which is now to the north and east of Wilcox. And even if there's no tornado there, there's definitely some very heavy rain and nearing Axtell there, as well as some large hail with us as well. And so let's take a look at the liquid here. So quite a bit, all right, quite a bit in this area. So if you're in this area here, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and it's got a history of producing a tornado, even though it was short-lived, it has a history of producing a tornado. So you need to make sure that you are taking shelter immediately, taking shelter right now, tornado warning in your area there. So for another 4 minutes here, tornado and $half size hail with this storm. And so zooming out a little bit, all right, you see quite a bit of heavy rain from St. Paul down to the west of Grand Island to the Kearney area, and then the tornado warning storm that we just looked at there. And then that line continues southward to Norton with that. And so as we've been talking about, we're kind of seeing this bowing out a little bit. All right, so some very strong winds and some wind gusts ahead of this storm here. So in the Hastings area, you're going to be getting some wind gust here. So make sure that you're ready for that. And then making our way towards the south, just so we can see the whole scenario here of what's going on. Let's switch that down Dodge City area. We've got another line of storms, again, starting to bow out a little bit. These are all severe thunderstorm warns. And so the severe thunderstorm criteria is there. So very gusty winds and hail associated with these storms. And then as we make our way farther to the south here, there are two more sets here of severe weather, some storms here between Borger and Woodward. And then here to the west of Oklahoma City, we've got some severe thunderstorms in that area as well. And then as we go even further south to an area that's under a tornado watch, quite a bit of rain in the area, hitting the Dallas area. And we're seeing there's one severe thunderstorm in the Junction area there in Texas. So so things to be winding down there in Texas, but you're under the bullseye again for tomorrow, same area. And tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds are all possibilities there. And so coming back up here to the Kansas, Nebraska area, let me check here and see real quick if we've got any new updates. I'm not seeing anything in that scenario right there. So we're just watching for this tornado warning and see what happens here. Again, as these storms move eastward, they're going to continue to be severe. So Hayes all the way to Salina, Manhattan, Lincoln, you need to be on the lookout here. You need to be weather aware tonight and have a way to receive weather warnings as this line of storms moves your way. All right, so we've got a line of storms making their way eastward here, and there's already some talk here of adding to the severe thunderstorm watch into the overnight hours with it. And so tornado warning here. The storm that prompted the tornado is weakened below severe limits and no longer appears to be capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning is going to be allowed to expire here. All right, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for this area because what we just looked at there with the hail capabilities with this storm. So severe storm here. However, this tornado warning is being expired. Okay, and has been replaced here with a severe thunderstorm warning. So possible tornado winds up to 60 miles per hour, ping pong ball size hail with this severe thunderstorm here. So continue to monitor this. If we need to break back in, we will. And again, don't let your guard down. Don't let your guard down. We've got severe weather moving through the area, but right now we don't have any reports of any tornadoes and ongoing tornadoes. And there it is. The warning's gone away there. The tornado warning's gone away. So we just have severe thunderstorm warnings right now. No tornado warnings present is what I was trying to say. So we'll continue to monitor this. If we need to break back in again, we will. But in the meantime, we've been on for about 4 hours and 45 minutes here, following the storms all the way, from Nebraska down to Texas. And it's time for us to take a little bit of a break here while there are no tornado warnings. Again, we'll jump back in if we need to. But in the meantime, I appreciate you watching America's Weather streaming channel. And don't forget to go to weathervalet.com and sign up for our app here, where you're able to receive a forecast every day. You get nowcast or updates throughout the day, as well as the ability for you to ask weather-related questions to our team of around 15 meteorologists who'll give you an accurate, personalized answer for the weather in your area. So I appreciate it again. Again, weathervalet.com. Go to that or go to myweathernow.com. Subscribe to our YouTube page so that way you don't miss any of our videos or live streams as they come on. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good evening.